Chandan sir, please resume your present.
Budi,
Chandan sir, please resume present. Chandan sir, please resume your presentation again.
বিপ্লব আমাদের প্রিন্সিপাল স্যার জয়েন করেছেন?
হ্যাঁ,
হ্যাঁ, আচ্ছা স্যার, ঠিক আছে। উৎপলা, it is 11:15, so I think we may start now.
okay. May I start?
It is 11:15 a.m. Already 65 participants join with us in Google platform, and there are so many people join in the Google YouTube live link. So good morning, everybody. Welcome to our two-day national webinar on Sino-Indian relations, historical perspectives, and uh, contemporary dynamics, jointly organized by the Department of History, Shohid Khudiram College, Kamakhaguri, Alipurduar, and the Department of Political Science, Malda College, Malda, on today, that is 19th August, and tomorrow, that is 20th August 2020. We have with us Professor Mohendra P. Lama, JNU, New Delhi, Professor Rup Kumar Barman, Jadavpur University, Professor Madhav Chandra Odhikari, Panchanan Burma University, Professor Ratna Rai Sennal, retired Professor, University of North Bengal, 7 invited paper presenters of this special area, 21 selected papers from abstract received, and we supposed more than 500 participants will join with us in the virtual platform of Google Meet and YouTube Live. Already 77 participants join with us in the Google Meet. Apart from all these dignitaries, we have with us Srimati Shukla Ghosh, Honorable GB President, Shohid Khudiram College, Dr. Manush Kumar Boiddo, Principal, Malda College, Mr. Ajay Kumar Datto, TIC, Shohid Khudiram College, Mr. Prabhas Choudhury, Coordinator, IQAC, all faculty members and staff of both this college, and our beloved students. Now we are going to start our inaugural session of the webinar. May I now request Dr. Utpal Roy, convener of this webinar. Over to Utpal Roy, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chandan Roy. All right, it's a lovely Wednesday morning. Hello and welcome everyone. Our resource person, dignitaries, speakers, and participants from India and abroad also. I'm very pleased to welcome all of you today for the national level webinar on Sino-Indian relation, historical perspectives, and contemporary dynamics. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here today with us. Now, the question is why the topic has been selected. After the border clash in line of actual control in the Galwan Valley in 15 and 16 June 2020, in exchange for the death of 20 Indian soldiers, yes, the Hindi Chini Bhai Bhai, the fictional tale of two brothers, has again turned into enmity and become a burning issue. This present particular crisis and discourse raises some substantial questions. Is it a security dilemma or geostrategic compulsion of the two countries? Do we hope for any possibilities of peaceful regional coexistence between both? How is it possible to avoid the contending relation between two nuclear powers? Historically, India and China had a good trade relation since ancient times. In this present perspective, how far is it competitive or comparative bilateral trade relation? Is an economic boycott of China feasible for India? How far the Atmanirbhar Bharat or Make in India can reduce the Chinese or any foreign economic dependency in India? We are really glad to announce we are here with near about we have one keynote speaker, which will be chaired by Mr. Rup Kumar Barman, and 7 invited speakers. 22 papers has been selected out of 40 submitted abstract to do the webinar more thematic. The total 30 research paper will be presented here in the 11 consecutive session between 2 days. Hopefully, the discussion will try to find out the further possibilities and probabilities of the discourse, and we'll also try to find out the answer of the above questions. I hope that the discussion will help you to quench your thirst. Once again, thank you for being here today with us. Now, I would like to call here Mr. Chandan Roy, coordinator of the today's webinar, assistant professor, Department of Political Science, Malda College. Mr. Chandan Roy. Over to Chandan Roy.
Thank you, Dr. Utpal Roy. Now, uh, may I now request uh,
Our
Srimati Shukla Ghosh, Honorable President Governing Body, Shohid Khudiram College, for her inaugural speech, inauguration of the webinar.
Madam,
Madam,
please.
please.
Srimati Shukla Ghosh, our Honorable President, Governing Body, Shohid Khudiram College. I would like to request here again Srimati Shukla Ghosh, our Honorable GB President, Shohid Khudiram College. Madam, please.
ধন্যবাদ। শোনা যাচ্ছে?
Yes, madam.
হ্যালো,
শুনতে পাচ্ছি আমরা। শুনতে পাচ্ছি ম্যাডাম।
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা। আজ থেকে দুদিন ব্যাপী সাইনো ইন্ডিয়ান রিলেশনস হিস্টোরিক্যাল পারস্পেক্টিভ এন্ড কন্টেন্ডিং কন্টেম্পোরারি ডাইনামিক্স শীর্ষ নামে আলোচনা সভা শুরু হচ্ছে, যার উদ্যোক্তা ইতিহাস বিভাগ শহীদ ক্ষুদিরাম কলেজ আর রাষ্ট্রবিজ্ঞান বিভাগ মালদা কলেজ। এই দুই কলেজের যৌথ উদ্যোগে আজকের জন্য অত্যন্ত প্রাসঙ্গিক এই আলোচনা সভার আয়োজকদেরকে আমি আন্তরিক ধন্যবাদ জানাই। আজ যারা এখানে প্রতিনিধিত্ব করবেন তাদেরকেও আমি শহীদ ক্ষুদিরাম কলেজের পরিচালন সমিতির পক্ষ থেকে ধন্যবাদ জানাই। অর্গানাইজিং কমিটির জয়েন্ট প্রেসিডেন্ট মাননীয় মলয় কুমার বৈদ, মালদা কলেজের অধ্যক্ষ, এবং আমাদের শহীদ ক্ষুদিরাম কলেজের ভারপ্রাপ্ত অধ্যক্ষ অজয় কুমার দত্ত, তাদেরকেও আমি ধন্যবাদ জানাই, অভিনন্দন জানাই। তো এই সভার আলোচনা যে হবে তার শেষ বিন্দুটি পর্যন্ত কার্যকরী ভূমিকা গ্রহণ করবে, এটা আমার আশা। তো যে বিভিন্ন বক্তারা আজকে এখানে এই আলোচনা সভায় অংশ নেবেন, তাদের গবেষণার সমৃদ্ধ আলোচনা করবেন এবং তাদের যে গবেষণাপত্র এখানে পেশ হবে, তা আমাদের যে আন্তর্জাতিক একটা সমস্যা সেটাকে মেটাতে নিশ্চয়ই কার্যকরী ভূমিকা গ্রহণ করবে, এটা আমার আশা। তো আমি উদ্যোক্তাদের কাছে একটা অনুরোধ রাখতে চাই, সেটা হলো এই যে আজকে যে আলোচনা এবং এই যে গবেষণা পত্রগুলো, এগুলো যদি পুস্তক আকারে প্রকাশিত করা যায় তবে মনে হয় আগামী দিনে ছাত্রছাত্রীদের জন্য বেশ কাজে লাগবে। আমার আশা ভারত চীনের এই সমস্যা সমাধানের ক্ষেত্রে আমাদের এই আলোচনা সভার একটা গুরুত্বপূর্ণ ভূমিকা থাকবেই। আমি এখন এই সাইনো ইন্ডিয়ান রিলেশনস হিস্টোরিক্যাল পার্সপেক্টিভ এন্ড কন্টেন্ডিং কন্টেম্পোরারি ডাইনামিক্স শীর্ষ নামের যে আলোচনা সভা তার শুভ সূচনা ঘোষণা করলাম। এই সভার করলাম।
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, madam. Now, I think I would like to request our joint president of the organizing committee, Dr. Manos Kumar Boddo, Principal Malda College, for delivered his welcome address. Dr. Manos Kumar Boddo, Joint President of Organizing Committee and Principal of Malda College. Please, Dr. Boddo.
Thank you, Utpal. It is my pleasure to welcome you all in this webinar, Sino-India Relationship Historical Perspective, jointly organized by Shohid Khudiram College, Kamakhaguri, Alipurduar, Department of History, and Malda College, Department of Political Science. Firstly, I congratulate and convey my sincere thanks to the honorable speakers of this webinar. I also would like to convey my sincere thanks and welcome all the learned participants of today's webinar. I also welcome my dear students, teachers, and other dignitaries of this webinar. The topic of this webinar is highly relevant in the present context. As we know, the India-China relation dates back to more than 2000 years ago. But the modern relationship began in 1950. China and India are the two most populous countries of the world and fastest growing economy in the world. So growth in diplomatic and economic influence has increased the significance of their bilateral relationship. I hope today's webinar will be a successful one. All the participants will be immensely benefited from the discussion and deliberation from the resource person of the today's webinar. I think the agenda of today's webinar will cover all aspects of the India-China relationship from the historical perspective, from the political and diplomatic relationship, from the point of view of economy and trade, from the science and technology, people-to-people exchange, and many more issues and the current issues of the India-China relationship. I think today's seminar, today's webinar will be a grand success. I would like to congratulate all the organizers, all the faculty members of the two departments, Department of History, Shahid Khudiram College, and the Department of Political Science, Malda College, for organizing this webinar in a very systematic way. At present, there are 117 participants. So we are now going to start the program. I once again thanks to all, and I would like to say one thing: we should come forward as one humankind. We should think about the universal brotherhood. Corona has realized the mistakes towards the environment. Corona has creates a disaster, but creates the opportunity to come together as one humankind. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Manoj Kumar Baddo, Honorable Principal, Malda College, Malda, and he is the Joint President of the Organizing Committee. And thank you once again for your valuable time for us. Now, I would like to request here our another Joint President of the Organizing Committee and Teacher in Charge, Shahid Khudiram College, Mr. Ajay Kumar Datto. Mr. Ajay Kumar Datto, Teacher in Charge, Shahid Khudiram College, to deliver his inaugural address. Please, sir.
Ajay, please unmute your microphone. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Utpal Rai. First of all, I congratulate the collaborating colleges, Shahid Khudiram College and also Malda College, for arranging such a good webinar on Sino-Indian historical perspective and contending contemporary dynamics. You know very well that every foreign relations of a country is in a constant flux. It is changing and changing. There is no ending. So from the very beginning, India-China relations was a very cordial and very congenial. And historical perspective, it may be said that there is a lot of cultural exchanges in the Indian-China relationship. But after globalization, China wants to be an economic giant in the world arena, and also India also one of the leading countries in the third world region, basically South Asian region. So India, China, though both countries are very populous one, and they are one of the leading countries in the developing part of the world. So in this bilateral relations, India and China wants to be a wants to be giant economic power in the South Asian regions. From this perspective, at present, India-China relations is going to be rather, to some extent, critical due to Galwan and Doklam issue, and after that, territorial dispute. India and China wants to be create rather a different opinion in their border dispute. I think today's webinar will be a great success, and there are many horizons to be analyzed here. I think all respected resource person and all participants will discuss all the aspects of the Sino-Indian relationships, and I think this webinar will be a great success so far as the present context of the India-China relation is concerned. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Ajay Kumar Datto, our Honorable Teacher in Chair, Shohid Khudiram College, for his valuable lecture regarding this topic. And we are already 30 minutes ahead from our schedule. Our keynote session will start from 12 noon. And in between them, I just want to clarify I just want to show our program schedule to all the participants. And today our keynote session will start from 12 noon to 12:45 p.m. And it was keynote at speakers Professor Mahendra P. Lama, Center for South Asian Studies, School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, and former member of National Security and Advisory Board, India. The session will be chaired by Professor Rup Kumar Baman, Head and Professor, Department of History and Coordinator, Center for Ambedkar Studies, Jadavpur University, and former faculty, International Relations, Jadavpur University. After this session, after the keynote session, we will start another technical session 1. It will be scheduled 12:40 p.m. to 45 p.m. to 1:45 p.m. And this session will be chaired by Professor Madhav Chandra Adhikari, Head and Professor, Department of History and Dean Arts Faculty, Panchanan Varma University. Here we have 3 invited speakers. First one, Dr. Jigme Yasi Lama, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, University of Calcutta. His topic is Post-Colonial Remembering Tibet and India-China Conflict. Next, Dr. Tilotoma Mukherjee, Head and Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Shamaprasad College, Kolkata. Our topic is China's expansion, debt as a crucial weapon. And the last one of this particular session is Dr. Salvin Paul, Assistant Professor, Department of Peace and Conflict Studies and Management, Sikkim University. And his topic is an assessment of India-China border dispute and its impact on international politics. Our technical session 2, it will be start on 1:45 p.m. to 2:20 p.m. And this session will be chaired by Dr. Jigme Yasi Lama, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, University of Calcutta. Here we have 3 selected papers or speakers. First, Dr. Mohor Chakraborty, Assistant Professor in Political Science, South Calcutta Girls College. Her topic is India and China-Pakistan India and the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, Geostrategic Imperatives, Sensitives, and Challenges in South Asia. Second, Abhishek Kumar, UGC GRF, Department of Political Science, Tilok Maniji, Bhagalpur University. His topic on impact of Belt and Road Initiative on Sino-Indian relation. And the last one of this particular session, Aditya Thapa, Assistant Professor, Center for Himalayan Studies, University of North Bengal. His topic is India, China, in the Himalayas, the Bhutanese trade. Technical session 3, the scheduled, it was scheduled 2:20 p.m. to 3 p.m. and the session will be chaired by Dr. Tilottama Mukherjee, Head and Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Sama Prasad College. Here we have three selected speakers. First one, Mayuri Banerjee, PhD scholar, Department of International Relations, Jadavpur University. Her topic is when differences become disputes, emerging trends in Sino-Indian rivalry. Second one, Sujon Barman, Assistant Professor of Political Science, Raja Pyari Mohan College. His topic is India-China relation from Rajiv Gandhi to Modi. The last one of this particular session, Sonam Dikki Lama, Assistant Professor of Political Science, Women's College, Kolkata. Her topic is India and China, the lens of influence. Technical session 4, 3 p.m. to 3:35 p.m. The session will be chaired by Dr. Salvin Paul, Assistant Professor, Department of Peace and Conflict Studies and Management, Sikkim University. Here we have three selected speakers, Rushil Saha, Research Associate, Strategic Studies, Center for Air Power Studies. His title of the paper is The US Factor in Indo-China Relation, Past, Present, Future Transition. Saumalya Ghosh, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, SR Fatehpuria College. His topic is Sino-Indian Relation through the lens of Galwan Valley, India's search for smart diplomacy. Mehdi Hassan, Independent Scholar, Department of Political Science, University of North Bengal. His topic is why India needs to draw the right lesson from Galwan Valley clash. Technical session 5, this is the last session of this today's seminar. Last session of these days, it was the time schedule here 3:30 p.m. to 4:15 p.m. This session will be chaired by our honorable teacher in charge, Mr. Ajay Kumar Datto, Head, Department of Political Science, and also teacher in charge, Shohid Khudiram College, Kamakhaguri, Alipurduar. Here we have three selected papers. First one, Tanveer Sahnaz, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Rishi Bankim Chandra College. His topic is an insight into the protected Sino-Indian rivalry in the 20th century. Second, Bipasha Ghosh Dastidar, Sect, Political Science, Netaji Nagar College. Her topic is the Indo-China platter, nothing without salt and pepper, a brief case. And the last one of this session, Raju Karmukar, Independent Scholar, Political Science, University of Gauranga. His topic is Indo-China relation after abrogations of the Article 370. This is the total time schedule of the today's program, and in the next day, means 20th August, we will start our session from 1 p.m. The first technical session 6, it will be chaired by Dr. Ratna Roy Sannal, retired professor, Department of History, University of North Bengal. And this session will be chaired by Mr. Chandan Roy, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Malda College, Malda. Here we have three paper invited speaker. First, Dr. Shoilen Debnath, Associate Professor, Department of History, Alipurduar College. His topic is Historical Perspective of Sino-Indian Relations. Second one, Dr. Shamiparna Rokhit, Head, Department of History, Vijayagar Jyotish Roy College, Kolkata. Her topic is Sino-Indian Relation since Doklam. The last one of this session, Dr. Swapna Mitra, Head and Assistant Professor, Department of History, Shohid Khudiram College. Her topic is Tibet in the context of Sino-Indian relationship. Technical now session 7, it will be start from 2 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. and this session will be chaired by Mr. Prabhas Chaudhary, Associate Professor, Department of Economics, Malda College, Malda. Here we have two speakers, one invited speaker and another one is selected speaker, both from economics actually. Dr. Anjan Chakraborty, Associate Professor, UGC Human Resource Development Center, University of Bardhaman. The title of his paper, Silk Route to Look East, Changing Economic Dynamics Between India and China. And the selected papers here, Navamita Ghosh, Independent Scholar, Political Science, University of Gaurango. Her topic is Bilateral Trade Conflict and Economic Relationship between India and China, New Trend Setters towards Atmanirbhar Bharat and Make in India. Technical sessions 8. It will be scheduled here. It will start from 2:30 p.m. to 3 p.m. The session will be chaired by Dr. Anjan Chakraborty, Associate Professor, UGC Human Resource Development Center, University Bardhaman. Here we have two selected papers. First, Dr. Monalisa Mohanto, SACT, Faculty, Political Science, SET, Andaram Joypuria College. Her topic is India-China Economic Relation, Friends or Enemies. Kaushar Ali, MA, Net History, Malda College, Postgraduate Section. His topic is Understanding Chinese Technology in the Contemporary India in the Context of Smartphone and Social Media. Technical Session 9, 3 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. This session will be chaired by Dr. Shoilen Debnath, Associate Professor, Department of History, Alipurduar College. Here we have a three speaker. First, Pavitra Kumar Burman, Assistant Professor, Head, Political Science, Kaliaganj College. His topic is Historical Significance of the Sino-Indian Relation in establishing peace in South Asia. Second, Joydeep Singh, Assistant Professor, History, Alipurduar Mohila Mahavidyalaya, Alipurduar. His topic is 1954 Panchashil Pact to Galwan Valley, Violence, India-China Relation in the last 7 decades. Last, Pranjal Roy, SACT, History, Shamaprasad College, Kolkata. His topic is India-China Relation during the Cold War, Substantial Issues. Technical Session 10. It will start from 3:30 p.m. to 4 p.m. This session will be chaired by Dr. Swapna Mitra, Head, Assistant Professor, Department of History, Shohid Khudiram College. This session will be chaired by, assisted by Mr. Dev Kumar Singh, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Malda College, Malda. And here we have two selected papers, Surojit Saha, UGC GRF History, Malda College Postgraduate Section. Title of the paper, his title of the paper is A Brief History of Sino-Indian Relations During the Period of Yuan and Yixing. Arun Ghosh, the last of this particular session, Assistant Professor in History, Darjeeling Government College. His topic is India-China Relation in the Historical Phases. So this is our program schedule, today's program schedule, and the last valedictory session, it will start from 4 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. Dr. Swapna Mitra will give the vote of thanks, Head and Assistant Professor, Department of History, Shohid Khudiram College. Next, Srimati Gandhari Saha, Head and Associate Professor, Department of Political Science, Malda College, Malda. And the same official announcement of the end of the webinar of the it will be given by me. So this is our total schedule of this program. I have already said that we have selected only 22 papers out of 40 abstract to make more thematic this particular session, or to make more thematic this particular discussion. And I think here we have 7 invited speaker and 1 keynote speaker and 2 resource person. Both are actually, they are very sound in their particular research field, and probably I hope that this discussion will be fruitful for us, and it will make a dimension for the further into India-China relation. And this is, I am just finishing here, and I like to request here, Mr. Chandan Roy, please. Mr. Chandan Roy, I over to Mr. Chandan Roy. Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello. Thank you, Dr. Utpal Rai, for giving the details program schedule of today's webinar. And all the paper presenters, they know, they already know the schedule, because we have already sent schedule to all the participants and paper presenters. The program schedule of this webinar, as we are already 12 minutes, 13 minutes ahead of our program schedule. So I think no other options we have, because our program schedule, when we make our program schedule, we have one mistake. Actually, we want to start our program from 11:45, but by mistake it was written at 11:15. As we have circulate our program schedule, that's why we have started our program schedule in the due time, because we want to more punctual about our time schedule. So we can stay more than 10 minutes again, and after just at 12 noon, our keynote speaker will start his keynote speech, and this session will be chaired by Professor Rup Kumar Barman. Already Utpal Rai sir has mentioned this thing. So we stay another 10 minutes.
Hello. So, hello Chandan. Hello. Hello. Chandan, we may start this program exactly from 11:55, and because we have actually we should introduce our resource person and chairperson also. So we may start this technical session, means keynote session, from 11:55 p.m. 5 a.m.
Utpal sir, I think it will be better. Please check whether our keynote speaker sir, Professor Lama, has joined with us or not.
Please say. Okay, I'm checking here.
If Professor Lama sir joined with us, then and also and Professor Rup Kumar Barman sir joined with us, then we may start our session 10 minutes before or 5 minutes before.
No, they join exactly on 12 noon.
Okay.
দেখি এবেলা তো এনে দেখলাম না কি এটা ডাক দেন না কি কোন দেহ যে তুই পাতে লিয়ে দিচ্ছে আমার কথা হবো, ঠিক আছে।
Hello, Chandan.
Yes, sir. Hello. Hello, sir.
Mahendra P. Lama sir already joined here. Just I'm
And Rupkumar,
Rupkumar sir. Yes.
Yes, I have joined.
Oh, okay,
Call. I
okay.
have
Sir,
already joined.
okay.
we can start the session before.
Yes, as you
Actually, we
like.
have Chandan. May I start?
Yeah. If Rupkumar sir and Professor Lama sir agreed, then you can start the session.
Sir, Lama sir, can you hear me? Hello. Hello. Hello, sir. Hello. Hello. So now I'm going to introduce here our honorable keynote speaker, Dr. Mahendra P. Lama, Professor, Center for South Asian Studies, School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University. His area of interest or specialization is regional cooperation and integration, energy, trade, investment, migration, security, and border studies, hills and mountain studies, and northeast region of India. He is presently member eminent person groups on Nepal and India set up by the Prime Minister of India and Nepal. Founding Vice Chancellor, Central University, Sikkim. Ex-member, National Security Advisory Board, Government of India. Formerly Vice Chancellor, Indira Gandhi National Open University, New Delhi, and formerly Chief Economic Advisor in the Government of Sikkim. Professor Lama has been awarded by high-end expert Institute of South Asian Studies, Chinchun University, China. Government of India's representative in the steering committee of coveted South Asian Forum set up by the heads of the states and governments in the 16th SAARC summit in Thimphu in 2010. India's representative in the Foreign Cooperation Forum held in Indonesia and Thailand in 2007. India's representative in the independent expert group set up by the SARC leaders in 1997, President of India's nominee in the Code of Executive Council of various central university, visiting Professor Tasukuba University, Japan, Nehru Fulbright Education Administrators Fellow in USA in 2011, India-China Fellow at the New School University in USA in 2008, visitor to the European Union, Brussels in 2002, Ford Foundation Fellow, Notre Dame University in the USA in 1997, Malaysian government's invitees in the prestigious Malaysia International Visitor Program at Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia in 2007, Asia Leadership Fellow in Japan 2001, visiting professor in Hitotsubishi University, Tokyo, headed Indian delegation of the Vice Chancellor to UK and China. His long experience in the international collaboration and consultancy, collaborated with the institutions like World Bank, Asian Development Bank, UNISCAP, UNDP, USAID, USAID, ICI, MOD, EREA, and several prominent universities and research institutes in South Asia, China, Japan, US, and various ministries and institutions of Government of India. I am mentioning here the best peer-reviewed publication of the speaker, Renegotiating Alternative Interrogation Model in the SARC, International Studies. It was published from SAGE in 2018. Promoting transboundary power trade interaction to enhance energy security and sustainable use of energy in South Asia. It was published from Bangkok. And interesting energy security dynamics in four border junction, a grand vision for India strategic yearbook 2007, United Service Institute of India, New Delhi. Relocating electricity interconnection in Nepal, India, China, Tri-Junction in Vishnu Dev Pant et al. Edits selected essays on Nepal economy, IIDS Special Edition, Institute of Integrated Development Studies, Kathmandu, Nepal, June 2017. Next, policy paper on India-Nepal Peace and Friendship Treaty in 1950, implementation for India, Gorkha, and policy suggestion. Bharatiya Gorkha Prasango and Darjeeling Duars in United Development Foundation, Darjeeling in 2016. Some prominent publication of the author, Geopolitics of Power Trading in South Asia, Opportunities and Challenges, Strategic Analysis, 2007, published by Routledge, New Delhi. Energy cooperation in South Asia, interrogating and stakeholders for robust regionalism, South Asian Journal, SAFMA, Lahore, 2005. Globalization and hello. Globalization and South Asia, capturing primary concern and international studies, SAGE in 2001. So this is the short bio of Professor Mahendra P. Lama. Now I would like to introduce here our another resource person or today's chairperson of this keynote session, Professor Rup Kumar Bormon. Hello. Professor Rup Kumar Bormon is presently head Department of History, Jadavpur University, and former faculty in International Relations, Jadavpur University. He published several books and monographs from his particular research area. From first one is very important from his PhD thesis, from tribalisms to state, and second was contested regionalism. Third one, ethnicity, cultural nationalism, and democratization. Fourth, fisheries and fishermen, a socio-economic history of fishers. Fifth, partition of India and its impact on scheduled caste of Bengal. Sixth, Jatpat, Jati Rajniti or Dalit Protorko. Seventh, the origin and evaluation of the enclaves of India and Bangladesh. Eighth, nature and communities and state and environmental history of Bengal and Assam. So there are several publication and edited publication also. I would like to request here Professor Rup Kumar Barman to chair this session. Please welcome Mr. Professor Rup Kumar Barman, Head Department of History, Jadavpur University, to chair this particular session. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Utpal, Dr. Utpal Rai. First of all, I like to congratulate the organizers, particularly Shohid Khudiram College, Kabakhaguri, and Malda College for organizing this national level webinar on Sino-Indian relations, historical perspectives, and contending contemporary dynamics. This is the time when we are facing a lot of problems in the entire world. At the same time, India as a country and China as a giant of Asia, these two countries are engaged in other issues also. And these problems or the conflict between these two giant countries of Asia needs to be analyzed in this context. And in order to understand the gravity of the problem, these two colleges of North Bengal, they are organizing this national level webinar. And we have found Professor Dr. Mahendra P. Lama, very well-known scholar, and we have already got an idea about his activities and the scholarship. Now, he will deliver the keynote for this international national level webinar. Before that, I would like to speak a few words for 1 or 2 minutes. That why do we need historical perspective to understand the relationship between India and China? There are basically 4 stages in the evolution of the relationship between these two countries. In the ancient medieval period, we have a different kind of glorious history that is essential for understanding the history of South Asia, history of China, or you can say the history of Asia as a whole. With the beginning of the modern period, particularly with the growth of the West European colonialism in Asia, these two countries again came closer. And from India, the Anglo-China War of 1839 to 42 and the Second Opium War, that is from 1856. These two wars, for the first time, had created a kind of confusion for the Chinese to think about the Indians. What is their nature? Now, we have a lot of historical development during the period, including the relationship between India and Tibet, that is under the British in India and Tibet. And later on, third stage, that is the rise of two nation states at the same time after the Second World War, India in 1947 and China in 1949. From this stage to 1970, there was a kind of particular relationship between India and China. And later on, with the beginning of the free trade or the globalization from 1991 onwards, we have a different kind of relationship. The scholars would focus on all these issues in later on, but before speaking much, I would invite Professor Dr. Lama to deliver the keynote speech. Professor Lama.
Well, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Professor Utpal Roy, Professor Chandan Roy, Madam Shukla Ghosh, Professor Manas Vaidya, and Professor Mr. Ajay Kumar Dutt for inviting me, and also today's Chairman Professor Rup Kumar Burman for chairing this session. Well, I'm very delighted that two colleges, Said Khudiram Bose College and Malda College, came together to organize this webinar. Quite a few webinars are taking place all across, and I'm little tired of participating in webinar because there are too many webinars. So I have said I've started saying no to webinars. Neither you can meet people nor have a cup of tea together, right? So it's a very dry interaction sometimes. But this is a forced interactions. But it's very interesting to note that college in Alipurduar and Malda would come together. So I was very enthused by the very initiative taken by both Dr. Roy and Dr. Chandan Roy, Paul Roy and Chandan Roy, to take this, webinar on India-China, a very, very interesting topic also, and very, very, historically significant topic also. And it's going to be a major issue in the global politics also. I would like to speak on quite a few things because I've been studying China from a slightly different perspective than what many scholars do. I did teach in China for almost 2 years and learned what is generally not discussed in India. So I'm going to tell certain things which we do not really find in the India-China discourse in India-China discourse in India. After the 1954 agreement we signed, that is between India and China on trade intercourse between Tibet region of China and India. This was a very historic agreement because this was the first agreement which brought the Panchshila between India and China, right? And this was and one of the very key features in the Panchshila is number two Shila, that is mutual non-aggression. That means there will be no aggression and no third was no mutual, what you call it, no interference. But the 1962 war happened, and we have large number of literature today to discuss about what really happened and why 1962 conflict between India and China happened. And one of the major findings of scholars, policymakers, is the fact that it happened despite such a close interactions between our Prime Minister Chow Lai and from the Chinese, our Prime Minister Pandit Nehru, and from the Chinese side, the Chow Lai, a series of meetings. And I was reading some of the confabulations in this meeting in some of the not very public documents between India and China, and if I found that throughout the discourse before 1962, India emphasized the fact that, look, we have all the proof of the borders, because borders were between India and China were never demarcated as a geometric line. So there was some kind of confusion between what is India's and what is China. But during that time, India showed all the proof. India had a legal proof. India had constitutional proof. India had historical proof. India had proof related to human settlements in the borders. India had proof related to what you call it, national boundaries. And they started exchanging these notes on that. And you'll be surprised that when the final documents were exchanged, we realized that Chinese did not have a very concrete proof like what we have in India. And that continues to be the case here today. Say, for example, in the Western, Eastern, and the Middle sector, right? India produced legal basis to the extent of 114 evidences, whereas Chinese came with only 47 evidences that to India could trace very, very easily. Then you have the traditional basis and administrative basis, where they were very, what you call it, distinctly demarcated. India produced about 159 evidences, and Chinese produced about 66. And when Indian government, led by Pandit Nehru, asked the Chinese government, look, you give us the evidences the way we have given. We gave, as I said, we gave several evidences in the line of legal, documents on the basis of settlements in the borders, on the basis of what you call it, the national boundaries, all kinds of documents. So they did not have. So finally, the war took place, and one of the very serious fallouts of the war was the boundary still remained what you call undemarcated, right? And that is what really has been bothering us for the last many years, and this time also this has really come up in a big way. So, but this happens despite the fact that India, in the range of discourses with China and its special emissaries on borders, have asked the Chinese to exchange the map. And that is the least thing they would do, because they would not like to exchange the map. The moment the maps are exchanged, many things will come up, and those definitely would not be in favor of China. But after the 1962 war, we generally started doing our own business in the country. Ran the country. We had several prospective projects in the country. We had several problems in the country, but Chinese would not give up their designs in disturbing or dislocating our country. Say, for example, in the entire discourse between India and China of 1960s, one of our major findings was China does not do what it says, and it does what it does not share. Right? That means there's a tremendous degree of duplicity. There is a tremendous degree of ambiguity, and there is a very tremendous degree of running two parallel ways. And you can see that this time also they repeated exactly this, despite our Prime Minister Narendra Modi's such friendly relations with the Chinese president, and also referring to both Wuhan Spirit and Chennai Connect in 2018 and 2019. So given this background, let me tell you, China did not give up what you call it, it's implementing its deleterious intentions in India. For example, after 1947, when there was East Pakistan, it ganged up with East Pakistan to really try to dislocate and to a certain extent even dismember some of the northeast regions of the country. You will see examples of Mizoram, Manipur, Nagaland, and the insurgents. So large number of these insurgents, with the help of East Pakistan, were taken to Pakistan and China, trained, brought them back, So there's a very beautiful account of what really happened in these years. You can read books by Ian Ram Mohan, who was the BSF Director General, and you can even read very interesting other books published in the Northeast. And near our home in Alipurduar or in Darjeeling, you will see how the Naxalite movement led by Kanu Sanyalji and Charu Madhumjarji were exploited by China to really bring a kind of a very diabolic disturbance in the Chicken Neck area, right? We stand, the entire Darjeeling district, including Siliguri, stand at a very, very critical corridor, we call it Chicken Neck, that really connects the entire Northeast region with the rest of India. And if you read some of now many things are coming out. One of the things which I read a very beautiful book by Mr. Bapaditya Paul on Kanu Sanyalji, the first Naxal, right? And this book very clearly mentions about how Kanu Sanyalji and his team went all the way to China via Nepal, then crossed over to Tibet, then they were flown to Beijing, where they met Mao Zedong, Zhou Enlai, discussed with them about what to do. And one of the recent reports which came out from China, now it's coming out, it says that in one of the meetings, Zhou Enlai did tell the communists, the what you call the Naxal leaders, that look, if you are able to make that particular region another district of China, can you imagine, of China, then we will have, then you can succeed in the national forum as a kind of a left force to rule the nation. It's very clearly written, and many issues have come out in this. Then you will find when Sikkim merged into India in 1975, Chinese would never recognize it, and Chinese would put it alongside Bhutan and Nepal and say that this is also a kind of independent nations. Well, it did not matter to us because Sikkim has been tightly integrated with it. But it is a little embarrassing that when you go to China, you find that the children at a very young age are taught a literature where Sikkim is kept out of India. But that was a little embarrassing, but it really did not matter. But in 2003, when our Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji went there in China and signed the agreement to reopen the Nathula trade route, we were very clear. That time I was Chief Economic Advisor in the government of Sikkim, and we were very keen that this route should be open. And the route was opened in 2006, July. I remember the date, 6th July 2006. And after 44 years, right? And that route used to be, along with Nathula and Jalepla, used to be one of the most thriving trade centers for Bengal, for Darjeeling and Kalimpong areas. Many traders used to come from all over the world, including from Japan, US, UK, many places. And we used to send all kinds of goods, including fountain pens and the parts of the cars and all. And from China, from Tibet, we generally brought what you call it, the wool, right? And we used to export from Siliguri and Kalimpong. So, and in 2006, we will see China would remove this particular patch of land from as an independent country and put it back into Indian map. So that was a major what you call it, major deviation or in the Chinese policy. But you will find then suddenly in 1988-89 you will find India-China relations improving slightly after our Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi ji visited China, started and confabulated with the Chinese President the Deng Xiaoping. Many things had changed in China by then. Then they started interacting, and after that we signed a series of what you call far-reaching agreements. I remember 5 major agreements. One was maintenance of peace and tranquility along the line of actual control in 1993. The second was confidence building measures in the military field along the LHC in 1996. The protocol on modalities for the implementations of CBM in 2005, and working mechanism for consultation and coordination on India-China border affairs in 2012, and border defense cooperation agreement in 2013. And these were very, very progressive agreements. I must tell you, our national security advisor, the then Ambassador Shiv Shankar Menon, in his book, The Choices Inside the Making of India's Foreign Policy, eloquently discusses all these issues. These agreements were very historic, precisely because these agreements, to a large extent, what you call it, to a large extent, delinked the border issues with other issues of relationship. Say, for example, trade, culture, climate change, investment, all kinds of relations were slightly delinked from the border. That means we would go on negotiating issues related to borders, but we will not take our misunderstanding and disputes about borders to really prevent us from moving in a major way in other areas of cooperation. That's why many things happen. And you'll also be very interesting to note that in the 2013 agreement, we discussed so many issues. How to maintain border. If there is some kind of a dispute in the borders, how do you contact each other, right? And what are the categories of armaments which we cannot use in the borders, right? And we also said that other issues in the borders like smuggling of arms, wildlife articles and contrabands, natural disasters, or even infectious diseases, right? In what way we would collaborate on this. So it was very fascinating to see that China and India were working together. And you'll find we started working together on many critical issues. For example, trade, investment, tourism, professional exchanges. We started participating in BRICS, right? The BCIM, the SCO, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. We started participating even in AIIB, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Banks and the new development banks. So it was a very comprehensive relation. So you will find in 1990, our trade with China was only 49 million, right? That means 4.9 crore dollar. Whereas today you will find about 90 billion of trade between India and China. So it was a very kind of an expansive, comprehensive relationship. And we had 2 very significant meetings after the Doklam happened, that is between Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji and the Chinese President Xi Jinping in Wuhan and in Chennai. Very friendly meetings, very heartwarming meetings. Suddenly you will find drastic change in the Chinese attitude, right? And when the coronavirus started spreading from China, one of the things we all expected from a very friendly country in China was to give us information about scientific, technical, professional information about what is this virus all about, how to really combat this virus, what are the kinds of indicators, how does it spread and all, right? And you'll be surprised, China would not send us any of these details. Whatever details we will get about these viruses would come all the way from Japan, from UK, from South Korea, and from US, right? And China would not give us anything exactly on these lines, whatever is available. So that was a major blow to our relationship. And on top of that, what we saw in the last 4 months, we saw that Chinese gradually intruded into some of the Indian territories, and what happened we all know so very well, right? So this again showed, this again reconfirmed the fact that what it did in 1960s, ultimately leading to the 1962 war, that is a kind of a duplicate policy, a kind of an ambiguity, a kind of what it says and doesn't do policy, again repeated in the, we could see that very, very blatantly repeated in the last 3-4 months between India and China. So that has been the story. But tell you, there's been a tremendous pressure on China in the last 2 years, 3 years, and China would not, like many things which India does it because of its strong national interest, alignment with a country like Japan, Australia, a country like even Vietnam, or countries around South China Sea, or even countries like even USA. China would never like to see, precisely because China thinks that if we align with these countries on issues of military understanding, then China would be largely sidelined in case of strategic issues, economic issues. But 3-4 things are happening in China today. One, of course, is we can see a kind of some kind of a domestic turbulence in China, right? Despite the fact that China has done exceedingly brilliant work as far as development is concerned. There is no gainsaying the fact that China has done exceedingly. Some of us who have visited China, seen the villages in China, the way they have given basic needs to the people, the way they have eradicated poverty, they have given, the way they have set up infrastructures, the way they have set up facilities, basic amenities for people at large is absolutely amazing. And India has a lot of things to learn from China on this perspective. You know, China, which suffered a very dangerous famine before 1962, killed millions of people, and another bout of problems between 1966 to 1976 in the name of cultural revolution led by Mao Zedong, right? And that devastated China. And how it overcame this kind of devastation is absolutely a brilliant narration to study also, to grasp also, and to a large extent to learn also. Because what China was in the late 1970s was absolutely devastating. Many people thought that this country will be broken into pieces. But in 1979, when Deng Xiaoping came and started quite a few things, including economic reforms and policies, which he said, Zhou Bian Jingze, that means a good regional policy as a regional power. And also, it did say that, look, it does not really matter whether the cat is a black or a white cat. The color of the cat is black or white, as long as it catches mice or mouse. This is good enough. That's how they develop. And when you visit the countrysides in China, amazing the way they developed, right? The way they have brought infrastructure, and I would say much better than even Japan and US. So that is one part of the story. The other part of the story is, of course, these political suppressions, issues of human rights, issues of basic rights, such kind of things. And in case of today China, you have three serious problems. One is you have problems related to domestic politics, because for the first time you will have a president in China who will have no term. There is no what you call limit to his term. There is no chance of the president getting retired in the course of next 5-10 years. So this is something like what Chairman Mao Zedong did. So this is something. So there is, of course, some kind of a resistance among the political parties there. The second interesting thing about China today is there is some kind of a withdrawal tendency. Japanese, who used to be one of the top investors in China, they are withdrawing. Can you imagine? After US put kind of a tariff barriers on the Chinese exports, right, and decoupled its relationship with China, there has been closing down a large number of US-oriented export-based, including that of Apple, Dell, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, right, Lenovo, Acer, and all are closing down their shops in China, thereby disrupting Chinese supply chain across the world. It used to be one of the most fascinating supply chains. That means nobody could do anything without Chinese interventions. You could see that in a large section of East Asia, America, right? But at the same time, you will find Japanese are withdrawing. In fact, you will be surprised. Japanese government has told its companies that we will earmark $2 billion to the Japanese companies relief, that whichever Japanese companies would like to come back to Japan, we will spend $2 billion on them. And all what we get today in India, your Sony television, or to any of the Japanese companies, Panasonic, to anything which is actually assembled in China in the name of small and medium enterprises, they get, because the Chinese labor used to be cheap, right? And so now the Japanese are closing down, and Japanese are taking all these companies to Southeast Asian countries, including Vietnam and Thailand. And this is a major opportunity for us in India, in Bengal, in eastern part of India, and in northeast part of India, to bring some of these Japanese investors who are living China in a big way, right? And Japanese did it because of number of things. It never liked Chinese intervention in Senkaku Islands in the East China Sea. Then it never liked what Chinese did in South China Sea, right? But more than that, right? Japanese now thinks that it is the relationship between China and Japan would be unsustainable. So you will find many things happening within China. So there is a possibility that there will be some kind of a huge economic dislocations in China, bringing about some kind of instability in some sections of China. So, but at the same time, let me tell you, when you talk about this region in India, this South Asia, our countries in South Asia, China has adopted Trishul approach. I call it Trishul because it is a trident approach. How China entered into India, how China entered into Nepal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, it has a Trishul approach to Pakistan also. In this Trishul approach, China has used three the trident instruments. One, of course, is a local instrument. The second is the national instrument. And third is a regional instrument. You'll find, for example, it's a very, very well designed Chinese plan to enter into India, Nepal, Pakistan, Bangladesh in a kind of a very, very local way. For example, it used Khunjara Pass in Karakoram Highway to enter into Pakistan. It used Tatopani and Kerong to enter into Nepal. Very, very local passes. It used what you call Wakhan corridor in Afghanistan to enter into Afghanistan. It used Nathula, Shipkila in Himachal Pradesh and Lipulek in Uttarakhand to enter into India. So therefore, it has used this local ways. That's what it has done in Myanmar. It has done in Laos, Vietnam, Cambodia, and to a large extent, even Central Asian countries like Kyrgyzstan and all these countries. So what is the idea of this local integration? Idea is to really go into these countries locally, engage them locally, and after engaging them locally, open that area into much, much larger Chinese projects like Belt and Road initiatives, Chinese projects like, say, for example, go to Sikkim and to Nathula, right? You'll be surprised. China brought a railway line to Tibet, 18,000 altitude. You know, to when you ride this in this train, you will have to use oxygen. How they brought all the way from Shanghai to Lhasa, and how they extended it to Sigatse, and how they from Sigatse they are taking to Nepal border, how they are bringing this railway line to Yatung on the other side of Nathula. Very, very interesting to see that. And these railway lines are all linked to mainstream China. So, for example, you will see between China and Pakistan, the Khunjara Pass is what they are doing is the Karakoram Highway in the Khunjara Pass is a critical point for China's China-Pakistan economic corridor, and they already have a trade of almost $1 billion, right, through this pass. Can you imagine, right? With Myanmar, you have the Muse-Ruili border between Kunming, between Yunnan province of China and the Myanmarese border, and you'll be surprised. The trade between Myanmar and China through border is $6 billion. Can you imagine? So it's a very, very interesting game. And now Chinese are saying that in the $6 billion trade, we should use the Chinese yuan, the RMB, renminbi, right? And not the US dollars or any other currencies. And they are saying absolutely similar thing possibly to Nepal also. Therefore, a very, very interesting situation here. Then you have a national engagement. You move from local then to national engagement. And when we move to national engagement, you will find, massive increase in trade, investment between China and Bangladesh, between China and Sri Lanka, China and Maldives, Afghanistan with India, right? You'll be surprised. entire South Asia's trade with China. That means 8 countries in South Asia used to have a trade with China to the extent of 1.18 billion in 1990, and it increased to 127.36 billion in 2018. Can you imagine? Right? China, which is absolutely and relatively a new player here in South Asia, today India's 15% of its imports is from China. Can you imagine? So we are dependent to the extent of 15% to in a single country. Pakistan 20% dependence, Sri Lanka 19% dependence, Bangladesh, which has no physical connection with China, depends on China to the extent of 23% of its import. And if you see the investment, Hambam Tota, the Colombo Port City in Sri Lanka to Para Power Project to Dhaka Chittagong railway line in Bangladesh to China-Pakistan economic corridor, these are what you call the national engagement of China. That is what you call in the Trishul approach. The third approach in the Trishul politics is what you call the regional approach. So you are not satisfied with the local. You are also not satisfied with the national. But now you would like to engage the countries in South Asia at a regional level, at SAARC level, ASEAN level, the BIMSTEC level, the what you call the BCIM level, the BBI, and all kinds of engagements you would like to know. Right? So China would like to be a member of this SAARC, but I tell you, given what China has done in South Asia, even if it is not given a formal membership of China, China is always a de facto member of SAARC because it is such a significant player in South Asia. As a result of which, it is a balancing game today. On the one hand, Bangladesh and India have such a prolific historical relationship, right? China and Sri Lanka, or India and Sri Lanka, India and Nepal, India and Bhutan have such significant relationship, right? On the other hand, Chinese are going to these countries in a big way. So the Chinese, the Bangladeshi government, Sri Lankan government, Nepalese government are trying to balance. How do you balance India and China? Because China has become such a powerful entry point in case of South Asia. So how do you balance? You will see Sri Lankan Prime Minister, when he was President Rajapaksa, Mahinda Rajapaksa, he started allying with China. Then he found it is so very difficult because India has been a traditional partner. You'll find today in Nepal also happening, many things happening. In Bangladesh also. So it is a very, very difficult balancing game for these many countries in South Asia about how to balance between India and China, which never used to be the case. 20 years back, India used to be the predominant development partner in these countries. So in this respect, you know, one of the things which I noticed was, look at Bangladesh. When President Xi Jinping visited Bangladesh in 2016 and gave a huge, dole out to Bangladesh, varying from possibly 22 billion to I don't know how many billion dollars it came to. And at that point of time, I was looking through what would be the reaction of the Bangladeshi Prime Minister, because she has such a close relationship with India. We have a free trade regime. We have we have a very good relationship with Bangladesh from their freedom struggle, right, to some kind of, we have a free electricity flow between India and Bangladesh. So many things. And I was watching how will Bangladeshi Prime Minister react to the Chinese president going there and announcing such a big loan.
hello, Lama sir, please unmute your microphone. By mistake, someone muted you. Hello, Lama sir. Okay.
Is that
Yes,
fine now?
yeah, all right.
Yeah. Now,
Who is Kishore Kumar? Why are you muted? Sir,
Mr.
once
Lama, somehow your microphone has been muted. Please unmute. Yeah,
I'm not doing it. Is that fine?
Okay.
Okay. Now
Yes,
see
sir. Yes, we can have.
what Bangladeshi Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina said is something very typical about how our neighboring countries are trying to balance between India and China. She said after the visit of the President Xi Jinping in China, she said, I quote, good relations with everyone. Bangladesh would maintain good relations with everyone. The purchasing power of our people will increase. And who will be the biggest beneficiary of that in our region? And she answers also saying that India. India is best poised to benefit from the Bangladesh market. This is how she balances. Very, very interesting. Therefore, it's a very, very crucial situation in South Asia. So I will end by mentioning uh, another aspect of India-China relationship today. You know, we only talk about our relationship on the hard issues, issues related to uh, military arsenals, issues related to about border. But the Chinese, right, the Chinese have a very definite policy in South Asia on the softer issues. Say, for example, issues related to natural resources, how to really harness, exploit natural resources of South Asian countries. Entire Himalayan belt, how do we really control this Himalayan belt? Because for us in India, um, as far as our national security perimeters are concerned, Himalayas are the borders. The 1950 treaty between India and Nepal and the 2007 or 1949 treaty between India and Bangladesh, Bhutan would very clearly mention about this. That's why we have an open border between India and Nepal and India and Bhutan. And you have genetic resources. Most of our genetic resources are being smuggled to China in the name of what you call it, genetic piracy and research. Wildlife, large number. If you see what happened in the Wuhan wildlife market, the wet market, you'll find most of the wildlife there, including our pangolin, including many of our wildlife were smuggled to China, right, through the Himalayan routes only. But the biggest danger today for us from the other side of the border is on water. You'll be surprised we get both Indus and Brahmaputra from China. And what is happening inside China as far as water is concerned is something very, very disturbing, right? Many of the rivers, including the very famous Yellow River, dried up in China. They used water in such an intensive manner that many of these rivers dried up in China. And so you will find when you read book by Ma Jun, that is China's water crisis, and Andrew Murtha's book on China water warriors, you will find the real stories about what is happening in China as far as water is concerned. And if the water sources dried up in China, if the glacial melts happen rapidly in China, we are bound to suffer because both Yarlung Shangpo or Brahmaputra or Indus would actually would have their origin in the Tibet, what you call it, water towers, right? And if you see what has happened, the very recent report by Deborah Tan, Hoover Thiriet, and Don McGraw on China water risk very clearly says that there are 11 dry provinces in China. And these 11 dry provinces are basically in the northeast, right? And the east, including Shanghai, Beijing, Tianjin, Jiangsu, and all these provinces. And you will be surprised, these 11 dry provinces contribute more than 50% of Chinese gross domestic product, GDP. So you can import. But there's no water. What will you do? So what they are doing is they are now diverting water from Yangtze River, right? And they have decided there will be three causes of diversion. One is the eastern diversion, western diversion, and the central diversion. That diversion means what? They will take water from south to north. That means water will have unnatural flows. It will flow upwards. Can you imagine? Water will flow upwards, right? So they have now more or less completed what you call the Eastern Canal. Almost 1,400 kilometers of green water channel they have made, and the water Yangtze goes upwards to Beijing, to Tianjin, to Shanghai, to Jiangsu, right, covering millions and millions of people there, irrigating their land. So this is a scale. That means this is something anti-nature. More seriously, what they are doing, when they are not able to divert water from the Himalayan regions, that is Tibet, Sichuan, Shanghai, right? All these provinces, what they are doing is now they are playing with the atmospheric layers. In the atmosphere, you have all kinds of layers, you know, a stratosphere to troposphere to ozone layer, and you have a what you call it atmospheric layer that bears or the rain clouds, maybe what you call it cumulus or cumulus clouds. So they are making hole in these atmospheric layers wherever they want water, and they call this particular technology known as Tianjin technology. I was reading some of the scientific literature on Tianjin technology. You will be surprised. It is absolutely anti-natural. So last year, when I happened to visit what do you call it, Kailash Mansarovar, the famous pilgrimage places, we drove down from Lhasa to Gansei, to Sigatse, to Saga, and to Tharche village. Then we had a darshan of what they call it Kang Rinpoche, or what is Kailash mountain, and Mansarovar lake, and then further to Nori. And on the way, I could see both the origin of Brahmaputra and the Indus River. Goes to India, then to Pakistan. Brahmaputra comes to India, then to Bangladesh, right? Now, you'll be surprised, a number of tributaries of these two magnificent rivers had already dried up in the month of June, right? And that is an indication that what would be the shape of Brahmaputra and Indus. And more than that, Chinese have started building huge dams on Brahmaputra. That means they are already into what you call water diversions from these rivers. Therefore, what it tells us is we really have to strengthen our hydro diplomacy, information on hydro resources, right? On technicalities of understanding how rivers are diverted, right? In India, we have a river diversion process for the last 20 years, but it has not taken up. But they decided to divert Yangtze River in 2014, and by 2018, they are divert the extent of almost 1,400 kilometers. So that is how they moved solidly in a very, very fast, and there are no resistance to all these, unlike in our country. Therefore, we need to really strengthen our information base about an intelligence system, about a negotiating skills and knowledge base on China in a very, very big manner and in a very, very comprehensive manner. How pangolin, right? In Darjeeling, we call it salak, ant eating animals, right? Actually, actually, one of the scientific reports says that it was from pangolin which transmuted into coronavirus and got transmitted into human beings, right? So it was and pangolin is a very native animal of Darjeeling, right? And you'll be surprised how pangolin of Darjeeling would make its way all the way to Wuhan. Who are the people involved, right? Who are the agencies involved? There must be some agencies on the Indian side, right? How rhinoceros, what do you call it, the bones, right, horns would get exported to China, which is available there. How, what do you call it, in the mountains, we call it Yarsa Kumpa, that is the caterpillar fingers, which is used by all the Olympic players in China as what you call it, they call it Chinese Viagra, that would enhance their vitality. How that gets into China without the support of some of their counterparts in India. Therefore, we need to, besides the LAC issues, border issues, trade issues, for us living in the border areas like you and us in the eastern part of India, we must really start doing research in the universities and in the colleges on this kind of issues, how we are affected, not only by the Chinese, but by other foreign elements, so that our national security, our national interest, our interest of provincial governments are kept intact. So therefore, I would like to end my conversation here. I would like to very profusely thank all the organizers, Professor Roy, both Professor Utpal Roy and Professor Chandran Roy, and also would like to thank all of you, very distinguished participants from across Bengal, and of course, Dr. Rup Narayan Burman, the chairman of this session. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you, Professor Lama, for your excellent speech. You have enlightened us with different aspects of India-China relations, particularly from 1950 onwards. You have discussed in details how India and China were engaged in the 1950s and what was the background of the first Indo-China war in 1960s. And we have learned a lot of you from you with certain new informations how India and China tried to show their claim to each others. In 1967, you have also discussed how the emergence of East Pakistan and its involvement with China, it encouraged the Northeast Indian insurgent groups in the 1960 onwards with certain rights. And also you have discussed how the Naxalite movement of 1960s, particularly in 1967, the Naxalites of Naxalbari, they were engaged with China. And here I would like to share my personal experience in 1997. Along with my friends, I visited Naxalbari in 1997, and I met one person. His name was Mr. Krishna Bhakta Sharma, and he had disclosed that how they had visited China with their teams through the routes of Nepal. So the book that you have referred is really a new one, but at that time I was a student. I did not have that much of understanding that what is the important thing that Mr. Sharma is sharing with us along with Kanu Shandal and others. Now, in the 1970 onwards, we have seen that how mainland China was recognized by USA, and it got the permanent place in the UN, and also the relationship between India and USA that took a new dimension. So from that time, we have seen a different kind of understanding between India and China. Now, you have discussed in details how, in the post-liberalization period, how the Chinese or China became a center of the investment of different countries, including USA, European countries, as well as Japan. But at present, how China is facing this trouble because of the withdrawal or disinvestment in capital of the production of different things. Then one thing that you have discussed how China is really trying to encircle India because of its engagements with the neighbors of India, say from Pakistan. China and Pakistan is trying to build up the highway, super highway for the trade purpose, and that would be a very dangerous threat for India too. Now, in regards to the Bhutan and Nepal, these are the countries which once the Chinese felt that this is their region, nothing but more than that. And Bhutan particularly is a very sensitive issue both for China and India. And you have rightly discussed how the merger of Sikkim became an issue for China, became an issue for Bhutan also. Then Bangladesh, in the last year only, I had visited Bangladesh, and in a seminar, workshop, a discussion was going on that how China is trying to create a kind of support base among the intellectuals of Bangladesh, or the pro-Chinese sentiment is blowing up in China, in spite of good relationship between in Bangladesh, in spite of good relationship between India and Bangladesh. Similarly, my Sri Lanka visit in last year, we have found the same thing, that how Sri Lanka became a partner of China and trying to play a role against India. So the policy of China and its engagement with the neighbors of India, in spite of not having the direct border relationship between China and this country, they are now gradually emerging a serious threat for India. Now the natural issue like the river system, it is a really very sensitive issue for India, because there are many rivers which are flowing through China to India to Bangladesh. At the same time, there are many rivers which are flowing through Bhutan, India to Bangladesh. And these rivers and the water sharing issues is not only regional in nature, is also international in nature. And in such a situation, how India would deal with all these problems in regards to China, you have rightly enlightened us. We have our different speakers in the technical sessions. They will speak on this. And I have a few students here that they will also speak on this. Now, since in this session, the organizers told me that there is no opportunity of question and answer. So we hope that once again we'll able to listen from you, not only about China, from others issues also, being a true international theorist as well as an expert on the international studies, international relations. With these few words, once again, I'd like to thank Professor Dr. Lama as well as our organizers for inviting him. And now I like to conclude that this is the end of this technical session. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All the best. Thank you very much. We'll meet again. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kumar Balmon and Professor Lama for gracing our event, and thank you for for this particular moment. Now we are going to start our another session, technical session one. This session will be chaired by Professor Madhav Chandra Adhikari, and University head of the Department of History, Dean Faculty of Arts, Panchanan Marma University. Professor Madhav Chandra Adhikari published the different books, monographs in his particularly in his particular research area. Now I am explaining some important books written by Professor Adhikari: Impact and Administrative Reforms in the Social Transition in India during the Mughals, Identity Crisis, a study of Rajvanshis of northeastern part of India. Next, Rajvanshi Samaj o Monishi Panchanan Burma, Rajvanshi Samaj o Monishi Panchan Burma Volume 2. He recently edited a book exploring sub-Himalayan region of West Bengal, our neighbors, society, religion and culture since 1947. It was published from Kunal Books, New Delhi. And Professor Odhikari has series of articles in different journal, and recently he is the chief editor of the journal Historical and Cultural Review, member secretary the Journal of Society Science and Humanity Research, live member Indian History Congress Kolkata, live member Paschimbango Itihas Sangsad Kolkata, live member Historical Society of North Bengal Darjeeling, live member Institute of Historical Studies Kolkata, member of Advisory Committee, Uttarbango Socio-Economic Quarterly Bengali Journal, Coachbihar, annual member, Central Indian Journal Historical Archaeological Research, Madhya Pradesh, Executive Council member, Coachbihar, Pancharan Burma University. So, I now, Professor, I think Professor Odhikari is already joined with us. I would like to request Professor Madhav Chandra Odhikari, please chair the technical session 1, and please welcome Professor Madhav Chandra Odhikari. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Yes.
Hello.
We can hear, sir.
Yeah. So, welcome to this national webinar. Thanks, first of all, thanks the Department of History, Shaheed Khudiram College, and Malda College, Political Science Department. And I absolutely welcome all the dignitaries, those who are present in the level sessions and the keynote addresses. And this national webinar, I think it is the relevant in this situation, pandemic situations, and the present context of India, Sino-Indian relationships. And the topic is Sino-Indian relationships, historical perspectives, and considering the contemporary dynamics. So this is very relevant in this situation. So, we have heard about, or we have learned about more and more from the lessons that Professor Kumar Balman in his chair sessions. And now, it is very shocking to us that when the world is suffering from a pandemic situations, or the suffering from a pandemic situation, that how can they overcome these situations? And on the other hand, is India and China is engaging themselves a new one, particularly the border issues. So, I also thank the two departments of two colleges, Shaheed Khudiram College, the Dr. Utpal Rai and Chandan Rai, to organize that kind of relevant issues. So, actually, the Sino-Indian relations relating from historical perspectives, and before the British, the situation was very smooth between these two countries, India and China. But after British penetrations, so many happenings occurred in India, between India and China, regarding the different borders, particularly the Tibet. I think there is a papers, Dr. Jimmy Smith Lama, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science. His topic was his political colonial remembering Tibet and India-China conflict. So regarding Tibet, this is one of the important issues. Regarding Tibet, India and China, the situation, the relation between friendship to hostile, and still it is remembering. Still it is now a situation is going on. What happened? Not only Tibet, but other countries. There is another paper also, Salvin Paul, Assistant Professor, Department Peace and Conflict Studies and Management, Sikkim University. His topic is an assessment of critical China border dispute and its impact on international politics. So this is one of the important topics, and how the Chinese border, not only India, but also the different countries, more than 18 countries, there is a dispute between the China and the other countries, and why these disputes was going on. This is the important issue. I think this issue will be disclosed or expressed by these topics. And another topic is Tilottama, Dr. Tilottama Mukherjee, Head Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Shyama Prasad College, Kolkata. His topic is China's expansion, that as a crucial weapon. We have learned about these issues from the keynote address from Mahendra Lamaji, that is one of the important crucial weapon of China by
Hello, Madhav sir, your microphone is mute. Please unmute your microphone. Hello, Madhav sir, please unmute your microphone.
Yes. Am I hearing now?
Yes,
Hello?
you are audible. Yes.
Yes. So, I think these three topics from these sessions will disclose the different issues, like Tibetan issues. This is the historical perspective is one, and Tilottama Mukherjee's the depth as a crucial weapon for the Chinese expansions. It is really, we have learned about more and more information we have.
Sir.
Hello, sir. Once again, your microphone is muted. Please unmute.
And this, why it is happening, I don't know. Yes, am I audible?
Yes,
sir.
Yeah. So, the Salvin's papers and assessment of India-China border dispute is and its impact on international politics. Yes, it is one of the important issues by which not only India, China, but also the different countries throughout the world, and particularly the Asian countries. More than 18 countries, there are border issues with China. So I think the seminar session will disclose the different issues.
Hello, Professor Adhikari.
From
Can you hear me?
this session. Yes. So now I am welcome Dr. Jigme Yasi Lama, Assistant Professor, Department of Pol Science, Calcutta University. His topic is post-colonial remembering Tibet and the India-China conflict. So I would like to request Dr. Jigme Yasi Lama, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Calcutta University. Please proceed your lectures, and remember you have permitted 15 minutes for your lecture, sir. Yes, you can proceed. Jigme sir.
Professor Odhikari, I am giving short discussion about Jigme Joshi or about the speaker for
Okay.
every speaker. Jigme
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yasi Lama, he is the assistant professor, Department of Political Science, University
Yeah,
of
yeah, yeah.
Kolkata. He has done a PhD basically on the topic challenges to China's legitimacy in Tibet and hegemony and contestation 1925 to 2003 under the supervision of Professor Srikanth Kondapalli, and he has actually published different papers in different editorial journals and books. Recently his work is one of the most prominent academician, particularly in this particular field, in basically in Sino-Indian relation or Sino-Indian international relations, or particularly in this field. So I am now uh, requesting here Jigme Joshi Lama, please start your paper.
I hope I'm audible.
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair, for elaborating on what me as well as the other speakers will be basically speaking on, as well as thank you, organizers, for giving me this opportunity, especially to Professor Utpal Roy as well as Shri Chandan Roy. It's really great to be here among all of you making a presentation. Alipurduar is very, very important, especially from the point of view of this whole notion that I'm trying to bring forward in today's presentation with regard to this post-colonial remembering, which I will mention towards the end. My paper will focus on a post-colonial understanding of the India-China issues, and especially with a focus on Tibet. One of the important repertoires or features of post-colonial nation states is their skill to bring about a process of forgetting or imposing a degree of amnesia. This is due to the fact that the post-colonial nation states are built on the structures of a unitary, homogeneous facade that gives importance to territoriality, to the nation state, and to sovereignty. There is also a strong tendency by the modern nation to shape narratives and create a singular discourse, one that fits its particular ideology. For example, we have modern day diplomacy with its different settings that, however, stresses on a unitary relationship of states, ones which are mediated by diplomats, which are prime examples of this. Importantly, these narratives are made to be seen as ahistorical ones, which also erodes the numerous narratives, the plural narratives that were prevalent in the not so distant past. What is interesting is to see how this process of forgetting is active in the so-called peripheries of the modern nation state. These are spaces that are still in line of becoming a part of the larger nation. A wonderful example of this is seen in the context of Tibet as well as the Himalayas, regions that straddle the modern day nation states of China and India. It was only in the 1950s that China could take over Tibet in the name of peaceful liberation, initiating a process of assimilating the region, which still continues today. With the occupation of Tibet by the People's Republic and the adjoining Himalayan spaces falling under the ambit of the newly formed nation states in South Asia, especially the Independent Republic of India, a process of forgetting was initiated in these Himalayan spaces by these post-colonial states. Newer narratives that have a homogeneous structure in them have apparently replaced these multiple prosaic and dynamic narratives and interactions that were present in these spaces. What is in vogue right now are the bilateral or the multilateral connections among states. For example, during times of peace and harmony, there is much discussion regarding increasing trade and commerce between China and India, especially through the Himalayan passes. There is the evoking of and highlighting of the Silk Trade route between both countries, which also led to the spread of Buddhism from India to China. While the historical, cultural, and trade connections between both countries are important, which was even emphasized a lot by the keynote speaker, Professor Mahendra P. Lama, these different connections are seen to be framed as singular instances of interactions in the region, and thus it dilutes the plural connectivities that used to exist before. One form of trade that is not remembered is the wool trade route that flourished earlier between Tibet and the Indian subcontinent. Under this, the frontier town of Kalimpong had assumed importance as it was the entry port for the traders from both Tibet as well as India. The mule caravan coming from Tibet used to bring their goods, mostly wool that was stored in 10 giant godowns in the Himalayan town during the 1940s and the 1950s. Access to Kalimpong was easier as the Jelipla Pass was accessible throughout the years, unlike Nathula, which was shut for 5 months during winters. Indian traders had even opened 20 shops in Yatung, which is in the Chumbi Valley inside Tibet in the 1950s. However, with the escaping of the Dalai Lama and tens of thousands of Tibetans after the failed Tibetan uprising into India and South Asia, there was a decrease in trade between India and China through Kalimpong. It finally ended due to the 1962 Sino-India War, which closed the borders for good between both countries. The decentralized interactions that used to take place between Tibet and South Asia were replaced with a centralized one, which led to the militarization of the Indo-Tibetan border. Earlier pluralistic narratives have been exchanged with the monotone narrative of security strategy in Tibet and the Himalayas. Through this, much of the Himalayan spaces are viewed from a rather utilitarian perspective, where the entire region has been converted into strategic zones to be controlled by the modern states. The domination over these spaces provides the countries with an acute strategic advantage over the rival nation. It can be said that the rivalry of India and China has played out in Tibet and the larger Himalayan region. Thus, this protracted rivalry becomes the dominant lens. It becomes the singular narrative, the discourse, through which the Himalayan spaces are seen and comprehended. For instance, there is the often cited quote that's attributed to Chairman Mao Zedong, who termed Tibet as the palm of China, while Ladakh, Nepal, Sikkim, Bhutan, and Tawang are the five fingers. Control over the palm and the five fingers would provide China or India with a needed advantage during a particular conflict. This was the case even in the 2017 Doklam issue between India, Bhutan, and China. The Indians prevented the Chinese from expanding the infrastructure in the Doklam Plateau, as that would have given strategic advantage to the People's Liberation Army, especially over the Siliguri corridor. The recent conflict, even in the Galwan Valley located between Aksai Chin and Ladakh, was also due to strategic reasons, as control over this area is important for both countries. The Galwan River in the region is the highest ridgeline, and it overlooks the Daulat Beg Oldie Road, posing a direct threat to the highway security. By controlling this particular area, China can keep India's claims on Aksai Chin Plateau in check. On the other hand, if the area is controlled by India, it poses a direct threat to China's Xinjiang-Tibet Highway, which is a strategic artery for Beijing in the region. It will also threaten the CPEC, on which there will be presentations after a while, a flagship program of the Belt and Road Initiative between China and Pakistan. Hence, we see in this context and in many, Himalayan spaces painted in a singular color of security that is state-centric, diluting the polychromatic nature of the region. What is alarming is how the state security narrative, it divorces the region from a socio-people-centric understanding of space and a colorful past which was present. The 2017 Doklam crisis is an important example where the dynamic past of the region is seen to be affecting the entire conflict. Doklam is actually the Indian name which is given to Doklam, which is Tibetan for nomad's path, where herders, nomads used to graze the cattle in the past. It is also a part of a narrow valley called Domo in Tibet, which was one of the important trade routes between India and Tibet, and the hamlet of Domo was the staging post for all goods entering and leaving Tibet. Its importance is understood even from the fact that this particular area had different names varying with the people using it. For instance, for British India, it was the Chumbi Valley. For the naval merchants from Nepal, it was Shezingma, and for the Chinese, it is Yatung, which is now known as Yatong. During the Dalai Lama's rule in Tibet, the area was administered from Harizong inside Tibet and was divided into Upper and Lower Tomo. The county administrators of the region were directly appointed by the Lhasa government, and even what we see is the erstwhile ruling dynasty of Sikkim came from this particular region. They maintained a summer palace in this particular Chumbi Valley. Thus, prior to the region turning into a security hotspot for India and China, it was teeming with multiple actors indulging in a host of socio-economic and political practices. The political history of the region is also diverse and dynamic, with the area sometimes falling under the control of the Sikkimese, the Bhutanese, and the Tibetans, and even all the three powers holding it in the same period of time. It was from Bromo that in the 1600s, the Tibetans launched their attacks against the Shabdrung Ngawang Namgyal, the hierarch of the Drukpa Kagyu school and the founder of the Bhutanese kingdom. Also in the early 1900s, an enclave in Doklam was granted by Kazi Ugen Doji, an important political figure in Bhutan, to the 13th Dalai Lama, and it was Kazi Ugen Doji who served as the intermediary between Tibet and British India. He had hosted the Dalai Lama during his exile in Kalimpong when the Tibetan ruler had escaped Lhasa in the aftermath of the Qing invasion in 1909 to 1911. Such diverse pasts are not truly remembered in the present period. A reason for bringing about this amnesia is the post-colonial nation-states and a rather uniform understanding of social reality. These modern entities are unable to comprehend the diverse realities in the Himalayan spaces, and they lack the required epistemic tools to uncover the layers of plurality that is present. On the other hand, a major reason for forgetting might actually be the fear from the alternative, competing forms of legitimacy, territoriality, and sovereignty that is still present in Tibet and the Himalayan region. Hence, the nation states that have encroached in the Himalayas are deliberately carrying out a project of rubbing out these political memories as they pose a significant challenge. For instance, the modern People's Republic of China, especially through the Cultural Revolution, which lasted for 10 years from 1966 to 76, tried its level best to get rid of the earlier sovereignties that were present. The modern communist state intended to completely replace the older state entities, a process that still continues. This is witnessed through the recent policies that the Xi Jinping-led Communist Party has followed inside Tibet, where they are forcing Tibetans to worship the portrait of President Xi and the other Chinese leaders and to remove the portrait of the Dalai Lama. These, to a larger extent, are extreme steps undertaken by the post-colonial Chinese state to suppress the older sovereignties inside Tibet. Still, from such instances, it can also be deducted, it can be understood that the older sovereignties have existed and they were thriving in the Himalayan regions inside Tibet. An instance of this can be gauged from the immense faith and the devotion that the Tibetans, as well as the larger Himalayan population, they provide to the Lamas, especially the Dalai Lama. However, what is of interest for us to see is the interaction, the dialogue that is seen to be present between the modern nation states and the older systems of sovereignties in the Himalayan states. This narrative has not always been about destruction, about decimation. As a matter of fact, there are numerous instances where the modern state have actually tried to incorporate these pre-modern institutions of authority and power, a process that still continues. It has been seen, or it is seen much in the writings of the famous anthropologist Charles Ramble, who has written extensively about Nepal, and he mentions about how with the coming of the Panchayat system in 1962, it led to a vanishing of a number of political structures, but still, according to him, what we see is a few of these political structures did remain. Similar mechanism is seen to be much present in the context of China, where the Chinese are seen to be trying to incorporate and co-opt the traditional ruling elite, especially the Tibetan ruling elite, such as aristocrats and the lamas, through a number of institutional mechanisms. Similar thing is seen to be even present in the context of India, where the ruling elites from the Himalayas have been incorporated in the legislatures or in other institutions of governance. For example, a good example of this is the case study of Bakula Rinpoche of Ladakh. The highly eminent Lama or reincarnate was 19th of his line, who was born in 1917 in Ladakh and had been educated in the great monastic universities in Lhasa, Tibet. Post-independence period in India saw him actively participate in politics, with him serving as ambassador to Mongolia. He was also Minister of the Ladakh Affairs for 10 years in Jammu and Kashmir, and also the first member of parliament from Ladakh. There are degrees, however, of this incorporation and resistance of the older sovereignties within the modern fold of the nation state. In many regions, what we see is the presence of parallel political structures, which, however, is much dependent upon the power and extent of the modern states, with few post-colonial nations having a stronger monopoly over power. Hence, we see remembering of earlier sovereignties as a strong political act, with the modern states somewhat controlling the degrees of remembering, thus in the process imposing partial amnesia. But with countries like India and China being relatively young nation states, the peripheral regions such as Tibet and the Himalayas have not been fully subsumed in the straitjacket of the state, of the modern nation state. On the other hand, the older political entities are quite active and affecting the relationship between the modern states of India and China. With Tibet and the Himalayas turning into the political boundaries for both countries, there is much contestation and competition over these regions. The border issue between India and China are directly linked to Tibet, as prior to 1951, it was the India-Tibet border. For post-colonial states, territory plays a highly important role as it is strongly tied to its existence. It is the raison for nation states that needs to be coveted as well as defended. As seen in the context of India and China, the Himalayas are the coveted territories which have always actually been spaces occupied by the other communities who still do not belong to the ruling groups at the center. Still, it is their lands and their territories that is claimed and contested by the centers. The roots of conflict needs to be traced, however, to the memories of the inhabitants residing in these contested spaces. And it is in this particular context that I somewhat disagree with Professor Lama. Because what we see is the Chinese claims over Tawang and much of the other territories in the Himalayas are all based on Tibetan historic documents, which are memories deeply embedded in these spaces. Even though Tawang has been incorporated in British India during the 1914 Shimla Conference, still till 1951, the Lhasa government exercised jurisdiction over the area. Taxes were seen to be collected from the Thona district, which was located north of the McMahon line. The forms of sovereignties during the pre-nation state phase in the Himalayas also circulated in the form of Tibetan Buddhist linkages centered around the reincarnate lamas, especially the Dalai Lamas and the Panchen Lamas. Much based on cultural and religious norms, such forms of sovereignties, as according to Susan Rudolph, can be placed under ritual sovereignties. The Himalayan spaces such as Tawang saw Lhasa not only as a cultural center, but also they emulated a number of political practices being followed by the ruling elites in Tibet. Furthermore, ritual sovereignties are designated through cultural activities, symbols, and processes that, in the absence of an instrumental mechanism, nevertheless creates a regime, a domain, or a realm. Through a Buddhist cosmological world in the Himalayan region, Lhasa and the Tibetan reincarnates used to exercise a form of ritual sovereignty in the area. The establishment of the Tawang monastery in the 19th
Hello. Hello.
Hello. There might be some technical problem or internet
Yes, yes.
problem.
Yeah.
Okay, we wait 1 or 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Hello, Jigme sir. Jigme sir, hello. Oh, Jigme sir has left the meeting. I think he will again rejoin the meeting.
Okay.
Hello, Utpal sir. I think it is better to call him. Utpal sir, if possible, please call him. Hello, Utpal sir.
Yes.
Jigme sir has left the meeting. So if you
Yes, I
have
am
phone number, please dial him.
Yes.
Madhav sir, or
Yes.
you may call the next presenter. If Jigme sir is not available, I don't see him in the meeting. He is not with us. So you may call the next presenter.
Is it possible? If he come, please wait 5 minutes at least.
Okay. It is depend on you. That's why
No. Only we should wait 5 minutes.
Okay, sir.
Otherwise, we shall call next one. Utpal sir. Hello. Utpal sir. Dr. Utpal sir. Hello, Dr. Utpal. Hello.
Hello, Utpal sir.
Hmm.
Hello, Utpal sir.
Utpal is not
Professor
seeing.
Odhikari,
Yes,
you
yes.
may actually call the next presenter because due to technical problem, Jigme sir
Yeah.
can't continue here.
Yeah. Okay, okay. So, it is unfortunate to us that he is not complete this topic. I think almost he had covered his topic. So, let us call the next one, Dr. Tilottama Mukherjee. Next one. Please, Utpal sir, proceed.
Dr. Tilottama Mukherjee
Hello.
Yes.
is the head of, hello?
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes,
Yeah.
Okay.
Dr. Tilottama Mukherjee is the head of the Department of Political Science in Sama Prasad College, Kolkata. She completed her Masters of Arts from the Department of International Relations, Jadavpur University, Kolkata, and was awarded the University Gold Medal in 2011 for the same. She completed her doctoral research on the China factor in India-Vietnam relations from Jadavpur University in 2019. She has presented research paper in many national international seminars and conferences and has published widely in several national and international journals. She has contributed chapters in a number of edited books. She is also the secretary of the Indo-Vietnam Solidarity Committee, Kolkata. She is promising scholar in her research field. Welcome, Dr. Tilottama Mukherjee, head of the Department of Political Science, Samaprasad College. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, organizers, for inviting me to present my talk today. I want to talk on China's expansionism, how debt is proving to be a crucial weapon for China's expansionism. China's rise as a global power has given birth to concerns of a narrative that sees lending or investment by China in developing countries as a sign of expansionism. China's aggressive postures in its conduct of foreign policy is also giving birth to apprehensions that capital transfers to developing countries is actually nothing but an effort on the part of Beijing to trap the developing countries in debt and then to exploit their vulnerability to control their natural and physical resources and finally bring them into Beijing's sphere of influence. I give you 3 statistics here. Number 1, in recent years, China has been a major creditor in the world. According to the Institute of International Finance, China's outstanding debt claims on the rest of the world has risen from $875 billion in 2004 to $5.5 trillion in 2019. This is about 6% of the world's GDP. The second statistics that I want to share with you, according to the IMF, China accounts for around 11% of the external public debt of a group of 37 low-income countries. Mind you, 11% of their external debt is being owed to China. Number 3, which is a more elaborate and recent database as prepared by the World Bank. In the post-COVID data that we have, where about 73 countries which were eligible for debt service suspension initiative due to COVID, they owed China about 20% of their foreign debt in 2018 and about 30% of their foreign debt in 2020. With these loans, China is expanding its clout to several low-income, middle-income countries. And if and when they are unable to pay back the loans, Beijing is gaining a stronghold through deft debt restructuring strategies. In this context, I want to cite what China has done in some Asian countries using debt trap as a weapon. As examples, let me talk of Sri Lanka, Myanmar, Cambodia, and Laos, all India's neighbors. And we know that in 2014, after Prime Minister Narendra Modi came to power, our look is policy was promoted to or modified into act as policy. So, what China is doing in our immediate neighborhood is of much concern to us. And also, China has played this debt trap diplomacy more significantly in Africa. But I want to talk specifically about four neighbors of India in Asia, because whenever US has tried to involve itself in the affairs of the Indo-Pacific region, in Asian region, China has thwarted all such attempts and has remarked that Asia is for Asians, therefore kind of justifying China's rise in Asia and trying to project its rise as a kind of benevolent rise. But has it really been a benevolent rise? What is China doing with its fellow Asian countries in its backyard? A country is ensnared in a debt trap when it is caught in a cycle of interest capitalization, or when it has to take on new loans to pay off interest or principal repayments of previous loans. When default occurs, the Chinese move in to gain control of the resource corporations or installations. That is why some experts are terming this debt trap diplomacy as crony diplomacy, because unchecked profit motive and unbridled China's expansion of influence is behind such activities. Let's start with Sri Lanka. We see that the Hambantota port was built by a state-owned Chinese company, and China provided the loan for the port to be built. When the Sri Lankan government decided that it was no longer possible for it to repay the loan, China walked out an arrangement wherein it took over the port entirely and also 15,000 acres of surrounding land on a 99-year lease in lieu of payments due on the loan. This deep sea Hambantota port is now a vital link in China's Belt and Road Initiative. Several experts and the New York Times has agreed that this was not purely a commercial decision. It was based on the decision that it gave China control of territory just a few hundred miles off the shores of its rival, that is India. And also, it gave China a strategic foothold along the critical commercial and military waterway. Secondly, China has built the Matala Rajapaksa International Airport, we all know, with Chinese assistance to the tune of more than 90% of the total cost. Today, this airport is running into losses, and Sri Lanka is unable to pay back its dues to China. So its future is now shrouded in much doubt and uncertainty, and Sri Lanka is apprehensive once again. Next, we look at Myanmar. We all must be familiar here with the Mitson Dam incident. After much protest from the citizens of Myanmar over adverse environmental consequences concerning the Mitson Dam, that dam was built over Irrawaddy River in Kachin Strait. And that dam was financed entirely by China. The Thein Sein administration at that time announced its suspension after popular protest in September 2011. This was an estimated $3.6 billion project with a planned reservoir area larger than the size of Singapore. But after Myanmar failed to repay China's loans for the project, China agreed to accept repayment in the form of equity in new dams, in all the new dams that Myanmar is planning to build, therefore consolidating its stronghold over Naypyidaw. Moving on next to Cambodia, we know that Cambodia's relations with China has a long and eventful history. But Cambodia's over-dependence on China in modern political history started from Norodom Sihanouk's period, when he completely snapped off ties with the US and totally leaned towards China, unabashedly imbalanced, leaning towards China, making his foreign policy totally imbalanced. Till today, Cambodia's largest source of development assistance and investment is China. As a result, Cambodia is in no position to criticize China's activities in the South China Sea. That's why in 2014 in the ASEAN summit, Cambodia refused to issue a joint communique that would have called for a stop to China's militarization in the South China Sea region. China, in return, what did it do? It decided to reward Cambodia in October 2016 with more than $600 million of investment aid and some 31 cooperation agreements. Cambodia currently is a key ally and beneficiary in China's Belt and Road Initiative. Practically, the entire country has become a satellite of Beijing. Cambodian Prime Minister Hun Sen says we are siblings who share a similar future. Beijing is a heavy investor in Cambodia, even in Cambodia's defense sector too. The Sihanouk Villay province there has over thousands of casinos and hundreds of hotels and restaurants that have been built by China. Name any sector in Cambodia: railways, electricity, mobile connectivity, solar power, defense, entertainment, amusement, agriculture, heavy industries. In each and every sector, there is total Chinese monopoly in investments. Cambodia, in wanting to become an ironclad friend of China, has totally lost its financial independence and autonomy in foreign policy making. Therefore, there is growing anti-China murmurs that we hear in Cambodia today. Now, coming to the last country that I wish to discuss is Laos. Just like Cambodia, Laos is another country for which China remains the largest source of development assistance and investment. In almost every sector of Laos's economy, China remains the monopoly investor. This imbalance in Laos's foreign policy has been accentuated since the Belt and Road Initiative that was announced in 2015. Let me tell you that as part of the BRI, a very ambitious high-speed electrified railway track will run through Laos. China is projecting this track as a win-win situation for Laos, as it will turn Laos from being a landlocked country to a land-linked country. This railway track will originate in China's Yunnan province and will end in Singapore after running through Laos. The work is already more than half completed. But despite the popular narrative that China is pushing through, that as a host country, Laos will be hugely benefited by this, the actual fact remains that the economic and geostrategic attraction of this new mammoth railway project is significantly higher for China than what it is for Laos, because it will link China's Yunnan province directly to Laos, Thailand, Malaysia, and then to Singapore, therefore allowing the Chinese goods to flood the markets of these countries without having to depend on aviation or long shipping routes. The China-Laos, now coming to the mathematics, China-Laos railway project is costing $6 billion. About 60% of this is coming in the form of borrowing from the Export-Import Bank of China. And the rest 40% is being funded by 4 joint venture companies. Out of these 4 joint venture companies, 3 are Chinese state-owned firms, and only 1 is Laos state-owned enterprise. So the Laotian enterprise has only 30% stake in this entire railway. And for this 30% stake, it had to take an initial loan from the Export-Import Bank of China, and then it had to commit $250 million from its national budget, and had to take a second loan of $480 million from the Export-Import Bank of China. Therefore, Laos, only for this one project, has over $1.5 billion debt to the Exim Bank of China. This is a considerable amount of money for a country with a nominal GDP of 20 billion US dollars. That is why in January 2017, IMF mentioned that Laos's external debt distress has risen from moderate to high, and total debt Laos owes to China is estimated to be about 45% of its GDP. So I want to conclude this talk with Mohammad Nasheed's statement, which pretty sums up the apprehensions of China's expansionism through its growing foreign aid portfolio or debt trap diplomacy. Mohammad Nasheed is presently the Speaker of the Parliament of Maldives and the former President of Maldives. He says that China's debt diplomacy is a tool which forces the country in debt to relinquish land and sovereignty. And if they are unable to clear it, during last 6-7 years, a large number of Chinese funds have gone into Maldives as projects most of which have inflated prices. So the Maldives can't pay it. There is a pattern for this. We are worried. Malaysian Prime Minister Mahathir Mohamad has gone to the extent of saying that we do not want a situation where there is a new version of colonialism. We remember that when East India Company came to India, it did not come here directly to colonize us. It did not come here with the said declared aim of colonizing us. It came here first as a trading company. It controlled our trade and commerce and then took over our administration. So, are we heading towards another form of colonialism by China? So, the latest country which is falling prey to this pattern is Nepal, where China is heavily investing in different sectors and infrastructural projects. Perhaps that is why we are seeing that these new maps are coming up. Thank you. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Thank you, Tilotama, for your deliberations. And Tilotama has covered the policies taken China for the expansion of its imperialism. It is one of the weapon as China has taken the policy to provide debt to the underdeveloped countries or the lower economical developed countries. She has mentioned the policies of China she had taken, and she has reference are given the Sri Lanka, Myanmar, Cambodia, Laos, etc. So this is the policies are taken by the Chinese government, and it is for not only the economic investment that China has taken the policies. Very recently, the New York Times had argued that it was not a commercial decision, but based purely on the strategic consideration, on the ground that it was gave the China control of treasury just a few hundred miles of this shores of the particularly Sri Lankan cases. When the Sri Lankan government unable to repay the debt of China, she has taken the 15,000 acres of surrounding land of the Hambantota port, and it was taken in 99 years lease in lieu of the payment due to the loan. It is not only this economic basis, but also the ground that the China give the control of territory just a few hundred miles of the source of a rival India, and the strategic foothold along with the critical commercial and as well as the military waterway. So I think she covered the policies of the taken by the Sri Lankan government, and also Sri Lanka has taken the policies how the economic business have been expansions through the imperialism policies, and also the territorial expansions as well as. So I think this paper will provide the much information if she has. I think, thank you. The next one. One thing is that we shall invite the questions if any participants are interested to ask her any question regarding this debt of China. Otherwise, later on we shall continue the interaction session after the complete of the last one. I may ask the Utpal sir to introduce the last one paper presenters. Dr. Salvin Pal. Utpal sir.
Yes. Dr. Solvin Paul Assistant Professor, Department of Peace and Conflict Studies and Management, School of Social Science, Sikkim University. And he has a number of publications and some important forthcoming publication on nuclear power in Ramonic and it was actually published from going to publish from in Encyclopedia of Global Security Studies. Migration and refugee in South Asia, it will be published from Routledge, and there are a series of articles which, he published in different chapters of the edited books and also different journals, and Dr. Solvin Paul is a very one of the most important faculty of this Sikkim University Department of Peace and Conflict Studies. I would like to request Dr. Solvin Paul to present his paper here. Over to chair.
Yes, yes. May I request Dr. Salvin Paul to deliver his lecture? Yeah.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all. Am I audible, Professor Madhav?
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir. You can
Hello.
continue. Yes, sir.
Yes, yes. You can proceed.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah. Good afternoon to all. Yes. Good afternoon to all. The chair of the session, Professor Madhav Chandra Adhikari, and my fellow co-panelist, Dr. Jimmy, Dr. Tilottama, and let me at the outset thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity, especially my good friend Utpal Roy, who has taken a lot of initiative to bring me on this platform. So thank you so much for all the organizers, especially the two colleges, Department of History, Shudiram College, and Department of Political Malda College. I wish to share my screen with everyone. I hope that you can see my screen. And this presentation is not going to be in a very analytical manner, but it is, I just want to make a pictorial presentation to bring into your understanding certain facts or certain things that are ongoing in the current engagement between India and China on the border. So, dear friends, this presentation is structured into 4 parts. Just we will see how some of the maps to understand how the changes are taking place in the border. Then we will see the history of conflicts between India and China. Then third, we will also see why there is no firing or a military engagement, especially in terms of firing in border. And finally, we will look at some kind of analysis from international politics, how it is impacting on international politics. So, dear friends, you have seen now, I hope that you all can see a picture on your on the screen where it shows that India map disputed areas with on the head. You can see that there is a Chin, which is administered by China, whereas claimed by India. And there is a portion just below of Siachen Glacier, which is ceded to China by Pakistan. And then you will see a strips which is called the Jammu and Kashmir. On the right side, you can see there is something called Arunachal Pradesh, which is also a disputed area. Now, just I wish to bring to your attention a more close feature. This is called Jammu and Kashmir. This red line, which is, you can see this is a disputed area where India claims it is India's and Pakistan claims Pakistan's. And there is a portion which is China claims it is China's. Now let us look at what is the current situation. The current situation according to Indian perspective. For example, you will see a very different picture that there is a portion called Ladakh and there is a portion called Jammu and Kashmir. On the top, on the right, there is Chin, and then above Siachen Glacier, there is a portion which is ceded to China by Pakistan. Then there is Pakistan occupied Kashmir. So this is the current situation in Ladakh. If you look at now, Indian administration has changed. India has changed its administrative nature in Jammu and Kashmir. You will see now both Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh is union territories, and we have repealed Article 370, which had given autonomy to Jammu and Kashmir in terms of having their own constitution and things, etc., etc. So now let us look at the complexity of Ladakh. If you look at the complexity of Ladakh, I already told that there is a portion which is taken over by China in 1962 war. That portion is called Achai Chin. You understand? Which India claims that it is India's, but China occupies it. And you will also see that China since 1956 trying to make some kind of infrastructures in linking Tibet and Xinjiang. That is also started in 1956, and they have such a kind of infrastructure making is happening. I also explained that there is a portion that is ceded to China by Pakistan in 1963. But what is more important is that this entire stretch of border in the Himalayan, it is not that easy to map according to both countries' wishes. For example, this is not line of control. In fact, it is line of actual control, where both perceive that it belongs to either China or this part belongs to India. So the effort to survey this area is also very challenging, because it has got a lot of natural terrain, and which contains of watersheds, lakes, valleys, and etc. So exact division between these two countries on the line of control is very difficult, but we believe or we perceive that there is this portion is belongs to India, and the other portion is belongs to China. But at the same time, we should understand that China is taken over in 1962 war. So that is if you look at the background of this entire issue. Now, Indo-China conflicts is not a new thing, especially at the border. We have 1962 war, which is still occupied or control the psyche of India. India has not come out of this paranoid of 1962, and still it is occupying the mind of Indians, and we consider Chinese as very unreliable, or we have a lot of suspicions and mutual untrust that is between because of the 1962. And there are conflicts in Nathula conflict 1967, Chola conflict in 1967, but this Nathula conflict, which we need to understand a little bit in terms of the context. Why it is? Because Nathula in 1967 was not officially Indian border. It was a protectorate of, because Sikkim became part of India in 1975, and in 1950 there is an agreement between India and Sikkim to make Sikkim as a protectorate of India. But Sikkim became India's state officially, India's state in 1975 as a 22nd state. So you will see that recent past there are a lot of tensions that are reported in the newspapers at 3 points, especially at Chola Pass, Nathula Pass, and Doklam. And the Doklam crisis is a very well-known crisis which everybody knows. And also you should understand one conflict that also we had a severe confrontation between India and China in the Arunachal border, and we had to conduct Operation Falcon to retreat or enable to withdraw the Chinese army or the force from Indian border or India's, you understand. And we all know that Doklam crisis in 2017, the Doklam crisis almost, it continued for 72 days, and Chinese troops started constructing infrastructures in Doklam Plateau near to Chumbi Valley. See, Chumbi Valley is very important to India in strategically because it is a tri-junction between India, Bhutan, and China. And if you look at an aerial distance, it is very strategically strategic location, because from our chicken neck it is only less than 25 kilometers. And China, if they want do any kind of misadventure in Northeast India, they can do. But Chumbi Valley also, we should understand that Bhutan is again a protectorate of India. We do not have much direct confrontation between India and China, but India's responsibility to protect China as Bhutan as a protectorate, which has been brought the issue called Doklam. And now let us now come to this Ladakh crisis that is going on since March or February onwards. That now, for the students' sake, let me tell you one thing. There is a difference between line of control and line of actual control. Line of actual control also is very poorly demarcated. From the legal sense, line of control is a de jure, officially declared and accepted by both countries. Whereas line of actual control is not approved by both countries, but perceived or maintained their forces and occupations, etc. So I already told you that this Ladakh region is full of rivers, lakes, snow caps, and valleys, etc. So it is not that easy for both armies to patrol regularly, because especially during the winter season, this whole area is filled with a lot of snows and fogs, etc. So it is not that easy. But India has accused China of sending their troops to this area, especially in Galwan Valley, and says that China occupies around 38,000 square kilometers of its territory in Galwan, and this boundary disputes is going on. It's not only the current crisis, but it is a dispute that is going on for the last since 1962, we can say. So, but there is a change now that is happening at the both from the border at the both countries. For example, India also started to make or build its infrastructures in the border, whereas China has started this maybe 20 years before. But India's position was that no man's land is a better defense. Whereas today, India has come to a understanding that better mobility and infrastructures are necessary in the border. So this also has really factored in the current crisis of Ladakh that is going on. Now, there are a lot of conflicting reports whether how much army has been deployed by both countries. For example, some of the media reports says that India has deployed almost 5,000 to 10,000, equal to China's around 10,000 armies. But these are all very unsubstantiated. Chinese media also doesn't bring any exact news. And we have also these days very conflicting news that is coming from Indian media side also. So, but one thing is that both countries have significantly reinforced their positions in respective sides, claiming that it is there. So there is a lot of talks going on at the kernel level, at maybe at the political level, at the ministry level, etc. But at the high level, at the head of the institution, still it is not happened. But the major difference that is happening between Doklam crisis and the current crisis that is going on is this: it has almost crossed 100 plus days, and whereas Doklam crisis was resolved within 72 days. And Doklam crisis was mostly to protect the claim or the protectorate, etc. But this is a direct confrontation between India and China in the border areas. The scholars are trying to analyze whether this will have spillover effects into political, economical, and social realms. It's a major question that need to be analyzed. Anyway, that we will see. Now let us see these the 3-4 major areas where this current crisis is going on. The 4 major points where this current crisis is Pangong Lake, Galvan River Valley, and the hot springs, which is called Gogra. This is that. And also we heard that in Nakula also, where in the Sikkim border area, there was a slight kind of intrusion or a effort by Chinese. Now, what exactly the problem is? What exactly the problem is this: there are 8 fingers. 8 fingers. Colloquially, we call it as fingers, and these fingers are traditionally, India say that 8th finger was occupied by Indian forces, whereas China claims that it was not 8th finger, it was the 2nd finger which was dominated by India. But
Hello, Professor Odigari sir. Solvin sir has left the meeting. I think Solvin sir have some technical or internet problem. He has left the meeting. So I think he has almost completed his paper.
Yeah. So what shall I do now?
Hello, sir.
Introduction.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Give me 5 minutes to Solvin, sir.
Yeah.
After 5 minutes, we
let us try. Let us try to join. Yes. No. I think we have to sum up the sessions. Utpal sir.
Yes, sir. Yeah. You may proceed.
Yeah. So we shall now we have to sum up these sessions. It is a problem. It is the problem. The internet problem has not connected regularly, and this is the general problem. So we can I do this something? So now and some of the sessions, all the three paper presenters had almost finished their papers, except Paul sir and G.B. Lama, and otherwise Tilokumar has finished within stipulated times. So what is the problem? If we sum up these sessions in this way, the three topics that I have presented here, first one is the connection with Tibet, and second is expansion questions regarding debt, and third is international border. So if we sum up these three topics, what happened? Regarding Tibetan issues, this is one of the issues that have been continuing from the historical perspectives, and today now what the question is, the Tibetan issues. Why the two powers, India and China, are very interested to control the Tibet in their region. We can conclude in this sense, if the Chinese power elite consider Tibet to be the strategically important to China, the Indian counterparts also think it as equally vital to the interests of Indian national security. Tibet presents itself even today as a strategic dilemma for both the parties, India and China also. If India dominates Tibet, the China feel insecure and threatened. Conversely, if China occupies Tibet, as it was in 1950, India feels it whole northern security system, stretching over 3,200 kilometers in east to external danger. Such a strategic zero-sum game maybe or over Tibet may be resolved through the neutralization of the contested territory as it is long 45 years, and it can be resolved as the Britain and Russia did in the Treaty of 1997, which ensured peace for 43 years. And another issue is that debt. It is the policy of debt that China has taken to provide the lower income countries or the lower underdeveloped countries, by which she had provided loan for the countries, and she wants to capture the economic as well as the political power of these countries in lieu of the development of infrastructures. As we may example, very recently, China has interested to the Bangladesh also, and we have learned about this from that keynote address from Manduti Lamas. The China had in Indian border, Sylhet International Airport. To build this airport, China has provided $250 million to Bangladesh. And Bangladesh in return also opened its local market up to 95% share to China. And more than 8,000 goods exported to Bangladesh. So Bangladesh, if you take these loans, if you take this debt, it is not possible to repay these loans. And in lieu of this weakness of this Bangladesh, China would also extend its economic imperialism over Bangladesh. And this is the strategy have taken by the Chinese government. And later on the other hand, China and India, the both powers, very recently, on the 21st century, they had extended their economic or infrastructure or nuclear powers. So, why the tension accelerated now, today? There is no clear reason why tension have escalated now to their worst in decades. With the first fatalities in the 45 years of this relation between India and China. So, this is one of the important how after Jammu and Kashmir, the 370 articles have been withdrawn from the Jammu and Kashmir. China has taken these administrative policies otherwise, and she now interested to Pakistan. So that is why she had interested the border security, border issues or border disputes among the different countries. And these issues would be more and more critical in the future years, and what the international politics have been involved in this, the time will say this. So, from this point of view, very recently, the tensions between India and China also, China deteriorated day by day, and both these powers were closed, these Western powers. And from Mahendra P. Lama had mentioned one important issues. That important issues is Trishul policies they have taken, China had taken. So now China has interested to Nepal, Bangladesh, and Pakistan, and so on. So this is the important issues. And as India was close to United States, and Pakistan also take these policies. And what the international policy would be, the time will say that. So I think the three papers of these sessions had discloses the India-China relations in recent years, and I think the national webinar will be success in the next coming sessions. And with these few words, I would like to thanks again Shahid Khudiram College, Amakaburi and Malda College, Political Science Department, and History Department of Shahid Khudiram College, particularly Utpal Rai and Chandan Rai, and also the organizer for this national honor to give me such opportunities to deliver, to chair these sessions. Thank you to all.
Thank you, Professor Madhav Chandra Dekari, for being with us. Now we will start technical session 2. This session will be chaired by Dr. Jigme Yasilama. And here we have 3 selected papers. Dr. Mohor Chakraborty, Assistant Professor, Political Science, South Calcutta Girls College. His title of the paper is India and China, Pakistan, India. His title is of the paper is India and the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, Strategic Imperatives, Sensitives, and Challenges in South Asia. Next, Abhishek Kumar, UGC GRF, Department of Political Science, Bhagalpur University, Impact of Belt and Road Initiative on Sino-Indian relation. And the last of this particular session, Aditya Thapa, Assistant Professor, Center for Himalayan Studies, University of North Bengal. His title of the paper is India-China in the Himalayas, the Bhutanese Strait. I would like to request here Dr. Jigme Yasilama to chair this session. Hello.
Thank you so much. Hello. I guess I can.
Yes, yes.
I guess I'm audible. Yes. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you. Without me taking much time, let us start with the second technical session. And before I start, I would like to request the others to mute their microphone as well as the cameras. And only the speaker, the one who's presenting, should have his or her camera as well as the microphone on. So let me invite the first speaker, Dr. Mohor Chakraborty, and to make her presentation. Dr. Mohor, over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. And I thank the chair, the organizers, and the distinguished audience. My paper is India and the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, or CPEC, the geostrategic imperatives, sensitivities, and challenges in South Asia. 4 years following the announcement of the Grand Belt and Road Initiative, China took the center stage, playing host to representatives from 137 countries, more than half of which have embarked on the project at the inaugural BRI Summit or Forum, which was held in Beijing in 2017. This was followed up with the second BRI Forum in April 2019, with representatives from same 137 countries who were in attendance. India was the only country from South Asia which has not signed any agreement pertaining to the project, while Bhutan boycotted the forum in 2017 and 19. We are all aware that the BRI is served by a network of roads, high-speed railways, fiber optical lens, transcontinental submarine optical cable projects, and satellite information passageways, which makes it poised to shift the center of geoeconomic power towards Eurasia. Beijing calculates that the mega trade volumes among the Silk Road economies would reach a tune of $2.5 trillion over the next decade. So it really did not come as a surprise to the international community when India, a non-signatory of the BRI, did not have any representation at the twin editions of the BRI Forum for International Cooperation, since it has serious reservations regarding the flagship program of the BRI, which is also known as the Jewel in the Crown, or the CPEC, because it passes through the Gilgit-Baltistan in POK and connects Xinjiang to the Gwadar port in Baluchistan via the POK, giving Beijing maritime access to West Asia and Africa substantially by almost 2,000 miles and vice versa. Geographically speaking, it stretches from the western Chinese city of Kashgar in the Xinjiang province to the port of Gwadar, and it provides China an access to the Arabian Sea barely 600 kilometers east of the Strait of Hormuz, through which a substantial part of the world's oil shipments passes. The CPEC, according to the Pakistani government sources, it is proposed to, and I quote from the CPEC mission and vision Islamabad, improve the lives of people of Pakistan in China by building an economic corridor, promoting bilateral connectivity, construction, explore bilateral investment, economic and trade, logistics, and people-to-people contact for regional connectivity. So while the ambience is charged with arguments weighing New Delhi's decision to boycott the forum or not join it, it indeed represents India's assertive nationalist posture. Given this background, I propose to discuss the components and implications of the CPEC for Pakistan's political economy, the rationale of India's reservation and responses to it, counter responses of China and Pakistan, and conclude with implications for India's neighborhood policy. The CPEC, which is the component of the BRI, it envisages a deep and broad-based entry into most sectors of Pakistan's economy as well as its society by Chinese enterprises and culture. As of 2019, within the CPEC blueprint, 11 projects have been completed, another 11 are under process pertaining to road and maritime transport infrastructure. Now, according to the Pakistan Board of Investment, the main components of the corridor are, first, energy, secondly, weather, third, transport infrastructure, and IT. The Gwadar Port Free Zone was inaugurated in April 2016 by China, which highlighted the immense trading potential of Gwadar and largely Balochistan. On operationalization, the port is expected to transport roughly 1 million tons of cargo. Gwadar is positioned as the direct hinterland connecting Balochistan and Afghanistan. As a CPEC entrepot, the plan recommends that it be built into the base of heavy and chemical industries such as iron and steel or petrochemical. The groundbreaking ceremony of the Gwadar International Airport and East Bay Expressway have commenced in March last year, and the expressway will act as the main artery of the Gwadar port through which the entire port traffic will flow. On the energy front, around 21 projects have been identified to help the energy needs of the corridor, along with upgradation of the ailing power sector. With respect to transport and infrastructure, many projects are on the fast track, and I would just like to add that in early August 2020, Pakistan has agreed to the $6.8 billion Chinese railway project to upgrade railway lines, which is the costliest to date. And in the domain of IT infrastructure, with proposals to lay $44 million worth long optical fiber from Kunjarat to Rawalpindi, would act as an alternative communication route between Pakistan and China. So what are India's reservations and responses to it based on? On basically three factors according to the MEA. First, naturally the initiative includes projects in land belonging to India. Secondly, the projects could push smaller countries on the road into the crushing debt cycle, which my previous speaker, Dr. Tilakuma Mukherjee, has brilliantly brought out. And finally, China's agenda is unclear, with the implied accusation that this initiative was more about enhancing the regional political influence rather than simply being its physical networks. So India's perception of the BRI is unilateral, it is national initiative of China, and is shrouded in secrecy. According to S. Jaishankar, our foreign minister's contention that China has not been sensitive about India's sovereignty and did not consult New Delhi on the CPEC project before its commencement. And this is extremely significant. What are the counter responses of China and Pakistan? China added that it was a development-induced project neither directed at a third country nor affecting its position on Kashmir. It further added that the CPEC is a purely commercial venture devised for long-term development and cooperation in various fields, significant for fostering regional connectivity, trade, cooperation, peace, and development. In keeping with the Chinese perspective, Pakistan's dismissal of India's objections has been very natural and expected also. And Pakistan's former finance minister, while tagging India's reaction as unnecessary, expressed in no uncertain terms that such protests amounted to intervention in Pakistan's internal affairs as well as in the project attempted to promote connectivity and reach out to a neighboring country. It follows from the discussion above that Pakistan is very optimistic about the development-oriented promises of the CPEC, relegating the genuine concerns of its neighbor India to the back burner. In a bid to sustain the string of optimism, China and Pakistan have further firmed up cooperation and has signed a host of agreements only last year in April, prominent among them being the upgradation of the Karachi-Peshawar railway line, launching the second phase of the FTA, under which China will open up 90% of its markets for Pakistani goods in a bid to increase the trade, and also establishment of a dry port in the city of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. As time is extremely short, I would like to just mention that the CPEC suffers from a factual and conceptual objection in India. While the former pertains to India skirting the internationalization of the Kashmir dispute and the concern that China, which has not been neutral on Kashmir, can no longer be so now that its economic and security interests in this territory are growing, the latter stems from the strategic consideration that the CPEC allows China to gain a toehold in the Indian Ocean through direct access to the Arabian Sea. In any case, India would not want a mediating role for China in these disputes, and New Delhi is concerned about China, particularly using the Gwadar port to observe and even pry on Indian naval activity and possibly even exploit it for expansion of its naval presence. Another thing that India is really worried about is that although China's geo-economic and strategic leverage in the region may be an acceptable and welcome initiative for its all-weather friends, the socio-political implications of such a massive undertaking are immense and will have an effect on their economy, sustainability, as well as on environment. Tagging this CPEC with the Galvan crisis, as it was also referred to by the chairperson of the session, that China's response to India's efforts to bolster border area infrastructure in Ladakh after completion of the Darbuk-Shiok-Dolad-Beg-Olji, the DBSO road, to provide India military access to the section of the Tibet-Xinjiang highway that passes through Aksai Chin. India has been building a bridge across the Galwan River as part of the network of feeder roads. The strategic importance of the border infrastructure constructed by India and being constructed is contained in connecting Leh to the GBO virtually at the base of the Karakoram Pass that separates Xinjiang from Ladakh. To the west of the GBO is the region where China abuts Pakistan in Gilgit-Baltistan, and the CPEC is all about. So to conclude, the implications of CPEC on India's policy may be viewed from the perspective of the deepening chasm between India and Pakistan, thereby widening the fault lines in the South Asian region. Although China's enhanced geoeconomic and geostrategic leverage in the region may be an acceptable and welcome initiative for Pakistan, India will be maintaining its stoicism in this grand project of the century as a dubious facade for augmenting its influence and hegemony, notwithstanding Beijing's arguments and statements to the contrary. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chakraborty. That was excellent presentation from you, a very well-balanced and also a highly elaborate presentation that you have made. Thank you for sticking to the time that has been given of 10 minutes. Even though it's difficult, I guess, to lay out all your points within this short time span that has been given. With regard to your presentation, I just had one point to add, which was, I guess it will also be extremely important if you can add in the human angle. There were these numerous protests as well as these disturbances that were brought about, especially from a number of these Pakistani nationals as well as people who are based in areas such as Khunjerab as well as in Balochistan and all, and their opposition to the whole CPEC. Thank you. It was excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I will definitely add it. Yes.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you. Now we move on to the next presenter, Mr. Abhishek Kumar. Is Mr. Abhishek Kumar here? Over to you, Mr. Abhishek Kumar. You have 10 minutes to make your presentation.
No,
Mr.
please.
Abhishek Kumar?
I think he's not present here.
Okay. So
Ah.
should we move on to the next speaker? And if
Aditya
you
Thapa,
can
yeah.
get in touch with Mr. Abhishek Kumar. Okay. Thank you. So moving on, the next speaker, we have Aditya Thapa, who is assistant professor in the Center for Himalayan Studies and a good friend of mine. It's good to see you. He'll be presenting a paper on China and the Himalayas, the Bhutanese theater, and he has for long worked on Bhutan. So you have 10 minutes, Aditya. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. With the permission of the chair, firstly, I'd like to thank the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to present a paper here. The title of my paper is India, China in the Himalayas, the Bhutanese Theater. China's push for a global power symmetry has entered a crucial phase today. The COVID-19 situation around the world has deeply shaken the international power dynamic and rendered a jolt to the new world order envisaged after the Second World War. Chinese power projections around the world has become more visible and evident. The trade wars so frequent between the United States and China basically represent the tip of the global decay in international politics today. International institutions have become idle spectators to this ensuing crisis. The South Asian region remains particularly vulnerable to Chinese power projections, especially when India stands at a central position in South Asia, which has its own power ambition in the region and beyond. India's eastern Himalayan neighbor, Bhutan, remained a crucial part in the Himalayan puzzle. Bhutan is the only country in the region that is yet to establish diplomatic relations with China. It sealed off its northern borders after the Chinese occupation of Tibet in 1959. The Tibetan blunder has influenced Bhutan's actions and pushed it towards instituting incremental reforms within its own borders. The Sino-Indian relations have multiple layers of reality, and its foreign policy engagement in the neighborhood is one such area that would define India's position as a power in the region and beyond. The frequent border skirmishes between India and China represent an issue that hold the potential of transforming the power dynamic in the region, which again could have a major impact on Bhutan's own development. The advent of democracy in Bhutan has aroused new hopes within the Bhutanese state, which must be taken into account by India while forging its relation with this Himalayan neighbor. China may be facing a global outrage over its handling of the COVID-19 situation today, but over the years, it has systematically enhanced its powers and position around the globe. If we were to scout the world, it would give a clear picture of China's engagement in Africa, Latin America, Europe, and Asia. It has gained tremendously in terms of leverage and power with which it now conducts a foreign policy. The deeper engagements can rightly be attributed to the economic prosperity China has witnessed since the last decade. Another reason could be more psychological, in that the Chinese leadership feels that it's time to take the leap forward in its quest for global power dominance. In the domestic front, certain crucial actions have been taken to push the entire state towards that direction. The constitutional amendment, which have now indefinitely secured the position of President Xi in power, the regular purge of leaders that China has engaged after President Xi coming to office, indicate a trend where the Chinese leadership seems to have set its course for world power status. The Road and Belt Initiative, the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor are some of the flagship initiatives that China has undertaken under this new leadership. China is a neighbor to Bhutan in the north, while India borders it to the south. This reality has become even more prominent with what China has been manifesting ever since the COVID-19 situation. The recent India-China border standoff in western Ladakh have slipped the relation into a new low. In this emerging situation, it remains paramount for India to have a stable neighborhood. Bhutan represents India's closest neighbor, where engagement has been multifaceted and showcases deepened sense of maturity and cooperation. Bhutan's early engagement with India can be dated back to the 8th century, the legacy of which continues to feature greatly in their relations today. The imprint of the colonial legacy looms large in India's relations with Bhutan. The Chinese presence in Tibet has largely molded the politics of the Himalayan region and how India has perceived its Himalayan neighbors, particularly Bhutan. The historic visit made by Prime Minister Nehru to Bhutan in 1958 basically set the tone for their relation. Bhutan eventually ended its isolation from the international community and instituted incremental reforms that reflected on its intentions to strengthen its presence amongst the community of nations from the beginning of the 1960s. The rapid pace with which Bhutan has instituted its nation-building project is a success story in itself. India has played a proactive role in facilitating Bhutan's nation-building process and harnessed the economic benefit from its exchanges with Bhutan. The popular goodwill that India enjoys in Bhutan has largely sustained this relation on the ground. The revision of the 1949 Friendship Treaty between the two nations in 2007 marked a high point in their relation. The advent of democracy in Bhutan has brought the nation building project to a substantial position where the people now would have be an important part of the national decision making process. The adoption of constitutional democracy in Bhutan represents a generational shift of mindset and perceptions in the country. It can be perceived through the different governments that have been voted to power in Thimphu since 2008 when it had its first national elections. Now, different instances around the region portray a picture of India's shrinking power position in the neighborhood, which further hints to an absence of a substantial policy on the neighborhood itself. The lack of coherence in India's engagement in the neighborhood has the potential of undermining its larger interest in the region. The growing Chinese power projects in the Himalayan region make it essential for India to invest more of its political will to set a credible presence in the region. India's engagement with Bhutan stands important not only in light of its geopolitical importance, but also for its economic dimension today. The changing regional dynamics need urgent attention by India. It must work on prioritizing its neighborhood in its foreign policy actions and engagements. India's foreign policy actions in the neighborhood has unsettled its position in the region today. This has fueled greater Chinese involvement in the region. Although India still enjoys a fair amount of goodwill in Bhutan, certain past engagements have instilled a sense of uneasiness in this relationship. So the very first instance I would like to place is the cancellation of subsidy on cooking fuel just before the 2013 national elections in Bhutan by India generated immense fear and depicted Bhutan's vulnerable position. The impact of this incident has instilled deep fear within Bhutan and pushed it towards lessening its dependence on India. Such actions have raised deep concerns about India and unchecked will certainly erode its popularity in Bhutan, thereby undermining its interests. The another incident, the Doklam incident in 2017, which saw India and China face off for more than 70 days in its disputed territory, caused deep anxiety within Bhutan. The Doklam region is disputed between Bhutan and China, who are engaged in border negotiations since 1984. They have had 24 rounds of border negotiations until now and are yet to sign an agreement. China has been actively engaging with Bhutan in its border negotiations and in the past have pushed for a swap deal that has failed to satisfy the Bhutanese state. The crisis in Doklam between India and China greatly tested Bhutan's diplomatic skills and showcased its political maturity. It highlighted its vulnerable position, where a further escalation would have had a profound impact in its nation-building project and in its relations with its neighbors. Bhutan is very keen to see its border dispute with China being settled, but that allow it to push for a balanced relationship in the neighborhood, which would further help it achieve its goal of national development. The other issue that I'll be talking about is the development of hydropower sector in Bhutan. The development of hydropower sector in Bhutan has been the most important variable in Indo-Bhutan relations. Bhutan has an immense hydropower potential of 22,760 megawatt with an annual energy production capacity close to 100,000 gigawatts. India has heavily invested in Bhutan's hydropower sector and has aimed to develop 10,000 megawatt by 2020 for export to India. Bhutan receives the highest share of India's grants and loans. The 2019-20 fiscal show a tune of 372 million being allocated to Bhutan in forms of grants and loans. The hydropower sector occupies 40% of Bhutan's revenue and constitutes 25% of its GDP. The 11th five-year plan, 2013 to 2018, focused on the theme Energy Security for Sustainable Development, which saw a greater focus on enhancing capabilities in the hydropower sector in Bhutan. Despite this focus on hydropower development, a call for diversifying its economic activity has become prominent in Bhutan today. This concern may well be seen in light of a lack of India's monitoring and evaluating agencies in its development programs in Bhutan. The other reason can be tough conditions attached to its credit programs, like procuring 75% of goods from India for implementations have raised concerns regarding India's modalities for development in Bhutan. With India moving away from its earlier 60-40 model to a 30-70 model now, where grants are being reduced and being replaced by loans from Indian public sector units, this particular issue has also, gained some kind of concern within Bhutan. In addition to this reality, a recent Indian push for a 51% ownership in the upcoming hydropower projects in return for 70% loan from Indian public sector units have raised deep concerns in Bhutan. The call for diversification in its economic activity and the need to rethink its development model has been greatly affected by India's changing economic engagement with Bhutan. Now, the direction in which Bhutan's national politics drifted in 2018 during its third national elections clearly showcases that these concerns remain paramount for the Bhutanese voter. The DNT party, led by Dr. Lote Tshering, gained a majority in parliament, thereby brought a center-leftist party to power in Thimphu. The election campaign of the DNT talked about instituting good governance, reform in major social sectors like health, education, and housing, diversification of its economy, and rethinking Bhutan's development model, which now stands fully endorsed by the Bhutanese voters, for the DNT has been in power for the last 1.5 years. The election campaign this time around were focused on issues that had hardcore social, economic, and political importance for Bhutan itself. Indian relations had a cursory place in this election campaign in 2018. The election campaign in 2018 clearly stated Bhutan's priorities and its desired development path. It remains crucial for India to understand Bhutan's aspiration and tune its foreign policy actions in that manner, the lack of which might prove fatal for India's own long-standing foreign policy interests in Bhutan, and give an opportunity for China, obviously, to make its inroads in Bhutan, which has basically been not a protectorate. I disagree with what Professor Paul said earlier, and that the 2007 revision of the 1949 treaty basically has kind of given Bhutan and kind of independent status, and it does not remain to be a protectorate in true sense today.
Aditya, you need to wrap up.
Thank you. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Aditya. That was extremely wonderful, the presentation that you made, highly elaborate one, covering the entire the modern historical period of India, Bhutan, as well as with China. Also, you strongly emphasized upon how, with the coming up of Xi Jinping in China, with an assertive China, what does it matter, and the strong need for India to have a more stable neighborhood. Also, Tibet's factor in the Bhutanese question with regard to India and China becomes again important, which you've mentioned. I just had 2 points to add with regard to this. When you mention about the hydropower potential of Bhutan and India's investment in it, I don't know, I might be wrong in this. What about the Bhutanese opposition, especially the civil society opposing to an increased amount of destruction of the environment, of the ecology, and therefore a stop to these investments? And also, you have, say, for example, the earlier motor vehicle agreement, I guess, that Bhutan did not agree to in the BBIN. So that, I guess, becomes another issue. And then finally, maybe it would have been really good if you would have covered the Sakteng episode that took place in eastern Bhutan. Thank you. Maybe after this, if there's a question and answer round, then we can go for that. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the next speaker present? Abhishek Kumar?
Abhishek Kumar, no.
Okay, so
no.
What should we do? Should we? Is there a Q&A session for this, or? Okay.
I think no question for the participants. Just to conclude the session, and we are.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Roy, as well as the organizers, for giving me this opportunity to chair this session. Chairing is always a very difficult process, and it was really great listening to both the speakers, and it would have also been great if the third speaker would have turned up, but maybe he has some issues with his network connectivity and all. Both the speakers, they had a extremely really great elaboration of their own respective topics with regard to the CPEC as well as with regard to the Bhutanese theatre in the Eastern Himalayas. It was excellent. Thank you so much. Now let us move on to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jigme sir, for being here with us. Now we are going to start our next session, the technical session 3. This session will be chaired by Dr. Tilotoma Mukherjee, Head Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Shama Prasad College. And here we have 3 selected speakers. First, Mayuri Banerjee, PhD scholar, Department of International Relations, Jadavpur University, Kolkata. And her topic is When the Differences Become Disputes, Emerging Trends in Sino-Indian Rivalry. Next, Sujan Barman, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Raja Pyari Mohan College. His topic is India-China Relation from Rajiv Gandhi to Modi. The last one is Sonam Dikki Lama, Assistant Professor, Political Science, Women's College, Kolkata, India and China, the lens of influence. I would like to start Dr. Tilotama Mukherjee to chair the technical session 3. Please welcome, madam.
Good afternoon. Thank you, convener sir. So straight away, let's begin the session, technical session 3. I call upon Mayuri Banerjee, PhD scholar at the Department of International Relations, Jadavpur University, Kolkata, to kindly deliver her paper. Mayuri, over to you. You have about 10 minutes to present your paper. Please keep this in mind. Thank you. Mayuri, are you here? Can you hear me?
I think Moira is not present here. So, madam, you may call the next one, and if she come, she again attend, then.
Now I call upon Mr. Shujon Bormon, Assistant Professor of Political Science of Raja Pyari Mohan College, to kindly deliver his paper. Mr.
Thank you, ma'am.
Shujon Bormon.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes,
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon to all.
You have about 10 minutes. Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon to all. Myself, Shujan Borman, Assistant Professor of Political Science from Raja Pyari Mohan College, Uttarpada, Hooghly. First of all, I would like to thank the both colleges and the organizing committee who organized such a wonderful webinar and give me the opportunity to present my paper. And also thanks the chairperson and all the participants who are listening to me. My topic name is India-China relation from Rajiv Gandhi to Modi. That is to say, here I will discuss India-China relations from the time of Rajiv Gandhi to the time of Narendra Modi. But it is almost difficult to understand the current relationship between two countries without knowing the previous relationship. So, after brief discussion, the previous relationship of both countries, I will return the main discussion. If we look, we see that at present India and China's mutual relations are one of the most talked about issues in the world politics. Relation between the two countries since ancient times. This relationship was formed on the basis of trade, religion, etc. Both countries have since been ruled and exploited by Western power. Finally, India gained independence in 1947 and China in 1949. India's relations with China were very good in the early days after independence. Nehru, the first Prime Minister of India, had the idea that the two countries have had a relationship since ancient times and will continue to do so in the future. So his policy towards China was to carry forward on the basis of Hindi-Chini Bhai-Bhai relationship. He wanted India and China to jointly lead the Asia and the third world countries. So in the beginning, Nehru has supported China in various fields at the international level, and his idea was that China would never invade India. But Nehru had to pay for this mistake through the war of 1962, where India had to concede defeat with a lot of losses. Later, in 1967, 1975, there were some problems with the border, but it did not take a shape of war. After 1975, India's relation with China gradually began to improve again. When a non-Congress government was formed at the central under the leadership of Morarji Desai in the 6th Lok Sabha of 1977, then Atal Bihari Vajpayee of the foreign minister of this government visited China. During the visit, discussed the progress of relations between the two countries. China's relation with India deteriorate somewhat when China clashed with Vietnam in 1979. In 1981, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Hua visited India and sought to improve relations between the two countries. India and China hosted a total of 8 rounds of border talks from December 1981 to November 1987. Although in 1986 tension arose between two countries' militaries in the Samdorang-Chu Valley, and both countries deployed troops along the border. Later in the summer of 1987, both sides withdrew from the conflict and denied any military action. Already, Rajiv Gandhi has been elected as the Prime Minister of India in 1984, which is our main topic here. Noticing above tension with China, Rajiv Gandhi visited China in December 1988. This visit was very significant for both countries. During the visit, state leaders of both countries stressed on need to restore friendly relations on the basis of the previous controversial policy. India and China agreed to achieve a fair and reasonable settlement while seeking a mutually acceptable solution to the border dispute. In this time, Rajiv Gandhi signed bilateral agreement on science and technology cooperation, established direct air links, and on culture exchanges. The two sides also agreed to hold annual diplomatic consultations between foreign ministers, set up a joint committee on economic and scientific cooperation, and a joint working group on the boundary issues. As a result of those initiatives, relations between two countries began to improve rapidly. In 1991, Chinese Prime Minister Li Peng visited India. The visit came long after the Chinese side because after the war of 1962, no Chinese Prime Minister or President visited India. After the visit of the Chinese Prime Minister, relations between two countries quickly began to normalize. In 1992, Indian President R. Venkatraman visited China. President Venkatraman is the first Indian president to visit China. The purpose of such a high-level visit was to rapidly improve relations between the two countries. In 1993, the Prime Minister of India, Narasimha Rao, visited China. An important agreement was signed during the visit, known as the Maintenance of Peace and Tranquility along the line of actual control in the India-China border areas. The agreement was signed between the two countries to maintain peace on the border or the LAC. Later in 1996, Chinese President Jiang Zemin visited India. He was the first head of state from China who visited India since the establishment of bilateral ties. An important agreement also signed during this visit, which is known as the confidence building measures in the military field along the line of actual control in India-China border areas. In the current scenario, it is often heard that the armies of India and China cannot be used firearms in the LAC. This issue was settled by the Treaty of 1996. But on June 2015, on June 15, 2020, there was a bloody clash between the armed forces of both countries in the Galwan Valley. After the clash, the Indian government gave permission to the Indian armed forces to take a decision accordingly to the situation. That is to say, it present the Indian at present the Indian armed forces are allowed to use firearms in the LAC if necessary, which is very significant in the current situation. Subsequently, 2000, 2003, 2005, 2010, 2011, the heads of state of the two countries visited several times and tries to advance bilateral relations. In 2014, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited China. That same year, Chinese President Xi Jinping visited India and also visited Gujarat, the home state of Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. During the visit, 16 agreements were signed on various issues. In 2016, Indian President Pranab Mukherjee visited China. In 2017, there was some tension between the two countries over the Doklam issues, but it is eased later. In 2028, in 2018, Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited China and for a first time an informal summit was organized to discuss how to normalize and improve relations between the two countries. No, no agreement was signed during the visit. Only various issues were discussed between the two countries. In 2019, Xi Jinping visited India again. This time, again, an informal summit is being held to discuss bilateral relations between two countries and how to benefit both countries. Also discussed how to celebrate the 70th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between the two countries in 2020. But in 2020, India's relations with the China have come to a standstill due to COVID-19, Galwan crisis, etc. In India, the government as well as the common people have come out opposition to China. In this situation, on behalf of the Indian government, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has said that what has happened before will not happen now. That is, border issues and financial transactions between the two countries cannot go at the same time. In this context, the Indian government has shut down 106 Chinese mobile apps in several phases, and in some cases, it has led to a decline in the financial investment of Chinese companies in India. The Prime Minister of India has also called for building a self-reliant India or Atmanirbhar Bharat. With this, the Indian government has imposed restriction to the import of various Chinese products, and the people have also called for a boycott of Chinese goods. At the end, we can say only time will tell where the relations between the two countries will go in this situation. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Shujan Borman, for finishing exactly in 10 minutes. I'll come to the comments and questions at the end of the session. Okay?
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Now I call upon next speaker, Sonam Diki Lama. Ms. Sonam Diki Lama is Assistant Professor, the Department of Political Science in Women's College, Kolkata, and her topic is India and China, the Lanes of Influence. Ms. Lama, are you here?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Please go ahead. You have 10 minutes. Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon. My paper here would be India and China, the lanes of influence. By this lanes of influence, I mean the sea lines of communication and how India and China are contending for the influence of these sea lines of communication. So this paper will look into the relationship between India and China in the context of the Indian Ocean region instead of land boundaries, because whenever we talk about India and China, we focus on the land boundaries and the land issues between the two. So I would like to lay out the sections of the paper as introducing the Indian Ocean as a regional security complex, the idea that is given by Busan. Though Busan doesn't agree that the Indian Ocean forms a regional security complex, the Indian Ocean finds physical continuity and certain aspects of the regional security complex or a subsystem because of its physical unity, its connections, its trade, its historical connections, and also the importance of its SLOCs. This importance of SLOCs is what we'll come to later. The latter part of the paper also locates India's position in this Indian Ocean region amidst the security architectures of China and vice versa. So, uh, if we go back to history a little bit, we see that the Indian Ocean region has accommodated colonialism in one form, and after the Second World War, we see that the area becomes full of more than a dozen of newly independent nations, and there is superpower rivalry in the area. With this comes inflated anxieties, which become central to the policy of the region, and we see the strategic use of sea power to control the SLOCs. So after colonialism, we also see that the new birth of Anglo-American anxieties to control resources in the region. Why it is important for India and China is because China uses the same or a very similar reasons to be involved in the Indian Ocean region. So if we talk about the time period when Second World War was just over, we see that there was a rising nationalism, which is combined with any rejection of foreign interference. So this went along very nicely with what we see as Nehru's idea of Asian solidarity, not having any external power interfering in the region, and this was also what China wanted at that point of time. So that went along with both the countries and their foreign policies. So we have initially a very friendly relation between the two. But the superpowers, with their Anglo-American anxieties, decide to be involved in the region, and we see that this happens with the three doctrines of USA, which is the Truman, Eisenhower, and the Nixon doctrine, which also leads to the formation of the Carter doctrine after a point. And then we see the theories of power vacuum and reciprocal escalation, which leads to an intense Cold War and sea power strategies in the region. Then India now is at the center of this Indian Ocean region with its physical boundaries, and is also located exactly between the choke points of Hormuz and Malacca, which increases the geo-economic significance of the country. And then we all see, since Bandung and Belgrade, that all countries in the region have been trying to prevent foreign interference, and India plays a huge role with the non-alignment issue in this case. So we see nationalism manifestation of the same motivational force. But all this, the entire geopolitical framework of the region changes with the nuclearization, the building of alliances, and liberalization of the economy in 1991. So when the British withdraw, they create a vacuum. According to the Americans, for this quote inadequately defended region, they need to fill in the space, or they need to protect the region. And they follow a very intrusive system. Cantori and Spiegel call this an intrusive system, which means that there is a politically significant participation of external powers in the international relation of a subordinate system. So the intrusion is in the form of aid, alliance, or any other form of commitment, which is very similar to what China is doing at this point of time in the Indian Ocean region. The Chinese follow, the Americans follow through from Diego Garcia, which is their point of access, and they also have a rapid deployment force in the area to protect their own interests in the area. Today we see China becomes the net security provider in the region, where it protects Sri Lanka's interests. It has investments in Bangladesh, the Ambantota, the Chabahar, the China-Pakistan economic corridor. And then we see this slowly the geopolitical framework changes with UNCLOS, the exclusive economic zone, India's engagement in the islands. Even before the liberalization of the economy, we see India's engagement as Operation Cactus, Operation Lal Dora, and Operation Virat in 1988. So all this has India's engagement in the South Asian region or the Indian Ocean region, but we do not see any particular maritime strategy. Neither we see Chinese presence in the Indian Ocean region. But post 1991, the naval capability increases with Indian influence, and we are moving to the extended neighborhood of the Indo-Pacific to to balance China today. US policy perceives India as a potential balancer in the region, while there is Obama who appreciated India's role as a linchpin in Asian pivot. But this appreciation and the idea of linchpin of India is just a balancer for China. Then we see that the geopolitics and the geoeconomics converge the strategic nature of the global system. Thus, we oblige the globalization process, and the previous strategies of non-alignment loss ceases is significant. Today, we see the Chinese with this Belt Road Initiative, the alliance between Russia and China before the SCO in 2019, the rise of Indo-Pacific, the disputes on the sea lines of communication, the islands, sea lines of communication in the islands in the South China Sea has all transformed balance of power in the region. Robert Kaplan had stated that Indian Ocean would become the center stage for 21st century rivalry, but we see that this has become partly true as we move from the Indian Ocean region towards the Indo-Pacific region today. Another factor which becomes a bone of contention for China and India both in the region is energy security. Now, and that is why we see the China-Pakistan economic corridor. The energy security becomes paramount such that the choke point of Hormuz, which is essential for transportation, it creates this anxiety, and there is this theory of securitization between China and US, and the same similarity occurs, anxiety occurs for India with the Malacca Straits, which pose a threat to Chinese energy security. And so the China-Pakistan corridor, the Chabahar, the Hambantota, and as a part of the Belt Road Initiative become extremely important. Now, Bouchard says that the Indian Oceanic Order, with respect to also China, with respect to India, with respect to USA, has 5 characteristics. The first one is heterogeneity. Now, I have changed some of these characteristics to fit into the Indian Ocean regional security complex. With heterogeneity, we are talking about unity with history, and the Indian Ocean becomes one because there is a linkage of instabilities, and there is regionalism through IORA and IONS, which is today moving into the Indo-Pacific through multilateral forums like the ASEAN. Then instead of America, we see Chinese as a net security provider in the region, despite India's claims with 2015 stating that India would be the net security provider in the region. And the choke points like SLOCs and half of the world's are present in the region. Apart from these, there are also non-traditional security aspects in the region. And with these features, we see that China has revived its legacy that it had under Admiral Deng. And China, like India, is steeped in Mahanian sea power notions. So when India and China both seek to stabilize their periphery, they both seek to contain nuclearization, to prevent the intrusion of non-regional powers and cooperate for maritime Silk routes. When it is said, it points to features like that, then I believe that it's a false analysis, because with Indian policy changing, we have sudden acceptance of foreign powers in the region. We see that India prefers to have exercises through Quad or Milan or Malabar with the USA. And today we have Japan joining those exercises. We have Narendra Modi who talks to Japan to permanently join these exercises once Jinping fails to address his request on working towards the LOC. Now, with the COVID crisis and the entire anxiety that is in India, if Narendra Modi has a anxiety of proving his point as a strong leader, I think Jinping is more towards the domestically, a chaotic situation right now. And under these points, the idea of nationalism that we have, that we must boycott all goods made in China, even though that China is India's biggest, FDI. Even though China has the biggest foreign direct investment in India. And apart from all of this, it is also true that this blatant casual boycott of Chinese goods will do nothing but harm the economy. We have had clashes with China since 1962, and it is only during this Galwan crisis and the Doklam issue, the 72-day crisis, that we decided to stop all economic exchanges with China. But this would obviously impact the Indian economy in a very bad way. This would also mean that it will be difficult for other small South Asian nations to balance between India and China as two emerging economies in South Asia. Like Professor Mahendra Pilama said that
Madam,
Bangladesh.
kindly wrap up, madam.
Okay. So like Professor Mahendra Pilama said that it is difficult for the other smaller countries to balance between India and China. So I believe that the sea power that we have, and the economic exchanges with which we can have with China are the way to go forward, instead of calling for a boycott or a blatant or a casual boycott of goods and all relations with China. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Has Mayuri Banerjee madam joined?
No,
Has Mayuri Banerjee? No.
no.
So should I conclude the session? Is there any question? Anybody has posed any question? I cannot see any question apart from the messages that I see of it being an excellent presentation and nice presentation. I don't see any questions, so let me just conclude. Mr. Shujan Borman sir, you attempted to study the India-China relations from the Rajiv era till the Modi era. You presented a bird's eye view of the entire situation for past 2-3 decades, which is nice, just to give us an overall idea of how India-China relations have progressed. But I think you have attempted a long period within just 10 minutes. And, Sino-Indian relations are a complex relation. So it has the political aspect, the economic aspect, the cultural aspect, the strategic aspect. Dealing with all of those in just 10 minutes, and that too for 2-3 decades, is a far-fetched idea to a certain extent. So I would just request you to, when you present the full paper for publication or whatever, as per the instructions of the coordinator sirs, I would just request you to write the paper to be more specific, stressing on any one aspect. Maybe you take up the political aspect, or you take up the cultural aspect, or the strategic aspect, or the defense aspect of India-China relations, if you are trying to talk of this entire period from the Rajiv era to the Modi period. Otherwise, it can have the risk of getting,
Okay,
not being not focused to. Okay. Thank you. Thank you,
okay,
sir.
okay.
Otherwise, your presentation was very nice. Thank you. Ms. Lama, she traced the history of activities of the Indian Ocean littoral states and the superpowers in world politics since the Nehruvian era, and then she talked of the nuclearization of the region and the end of Cold War, and therefore the ushering in of the liberal economy era. She also talked of US presence in the region in Diogo Garcia, and then how China slowly emerged to be a net security provider in the region in the post-Cold War period. She talked of how energy security issue is becoming a bone of contention between India and China in the region, and how non-traditional security issues are becoming very significant determining factors in Sino-Indian relations. Thank you very much. Your presentation was excellent, Ms. Lama. If you could also add the importance of these quadrilateral security and other joint naval exercises. You briefly talked of them. If you could elaborate it more further in your full paper presentation, paper submission, if you could talk about how US, Japan, Australia, India, and how
Sounds super.
Some Southeast Asian countries are also supporting India against China in these multilateral institutions like Quad, and then Malabar exercises in the Indian Ocean region, and how also, the Modi government, after coming to power, they talked of Project Mosam, Vishan Sagar, if you could remember. There was
Yeah,
one
Project Mosam.
Yes, Project Mosam, and after coming to power, the present government in 2014. But till date, we don't know how these modalities will be worked out, how these announcements will be put into practice. So if you could also include these things, and how these things can be potential rivals to China's Belt and Road initiatives. Okay, if you could also include this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. So
Thank you so much.
declare this session closed. Over to you,
Thank,
Utpal sir.
thank you, Dr. Tilottama Mukherjee, Head and Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Samar Prasad College, for being here with us. Now, I would like to call here Dr. Selvin Paul for chair the technical session 4. Dr. Selvin Paul, Department of Peace and Conflict Studies and Management, Sikkim University. Sir, are you here?
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Utpal. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Dr. Utpal, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Three paper here. Sir, you will
Yes.
maintain the time, please.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much. So, dear friends, without much delay, let us call all these three scholars who are trying to look at how Indo-China dispute is fatted by United States of America's role, and how the smart diplomacy is going to work for India or not, and are we going to learn any kind of lessons out of this particular crisis. So, without much delay, let me invite Rushali Saha for her presentation, and please limit yourself within 10 minutes. That is what. Thank you so much. Please, welcome.
Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for the recognition share, and I would like to thank the organizers as well for giving me this opportunity. It's great to be present here today and presenting my paper to this august audience. Delving right into it, my paper basically looks at the US factor in Indo-China relations, where I look at it from the perspectives of how it was in the past, how it is in the present, and what the future trajectories might be. At the very outset, let me bring out the theoretical framework that I'm using for this paper, where I'm trying to look at it through the perspective of a strategic triangle or trilateral orientations. Now, this has been a persisting feature of international politics through varying periods of history, where different countries have been a part of this triangular orientation. So, what is a strategic triangle? Simply put, a strategic triangle, it can be understood as a sort of a transactional game between three players. So it is a situation in which there are three major powers, and each of them are sufficiently important to one another in a manner that a change in a relationship between any two of them will have a significant impact on the third country. So this is obviously a very simplistic definition and does not capture the complexities of international politics, and nor are the rules of such a game formalized. But broadly, this approach says that as long as players are in the same situation, their foreign policy options will be circumscribed by the constraints and opportunities this presents. Now, I will be using this framework to assess Indo-US-China relations. There are limitations to applying this to the Indian context, as Ambassador Shiv Shankar Menon has pointed out, that despite increasing convergence between India and United States on China, a triangle per se, a strategic triangle, has not yet emerged, since the deepening of Indo-US relations has not caused a Chinese response. However, it is noteworthy to say here that this was a comment which was made in 2015. As recent as 2019, Professor Harsh Pant wrote that greater interconnectedness between these three powers is set to change the balance of power in the wider Indo-Pacific. As China and India continue their ascent in the global interstate hierarchy and US reevaluates its option in a rapidly changing Indo-Pacific, it will be more important to study interaction among these three powers. So right now what we are witnessing is a fundamental shift in these equations. Although there hasn't been a consistent identifiable pattern, it is clear that a strategic triangle is definitely emerging amongst these three players. Now let us look at how it was in the past. We are all quite clear that during the Cold War, relations between India and US were not warm. And in fact, if there was a triangular dynamics, it was between Moscow, Beijing, and New Delhi, and which determined the balance of power in South Asia. But despite overall strained relations, US did play a very important role in shaping Indo-China relations. Let me point out two examples as to why I'm saying this. Historical evidence has now shown that US did consider unseating China and putting India in its place to counter the threat of communist aggression, which Indian Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru had refrained from accepting. And again, in 1962, when China had attacked India, the Soviet response to this was ambiguity at best, which refrained from overtly supporting India. And Nehru, in fact, turned to United States for assistance. Bruce Rydell, in his book JFK's Forgotten Crisis, Tibet, CIA, and Sino-Indian War, also says that Kennedy played a very decisive role in forestalling a Pakistani attack on India in 1962, when Islamabad had the capacity to initiate a war to exploit Indian vulnerabilities. Tanvi Madan, in her book Fateful Triangle, How China Shaped US-India Relations During the Cold War, explores this topic extensively, where she draws on documents from India and United States to show that American and Indian perception of policy towards China significantly shaped US-India relations in the crucial decade from 1949 to 1979. So during this period, we'll see that there are periods when both have contrasting views on China, there are periods where there are convergences, but it is in the peaceful nuclear explosion by India in 1974, which led to a bilateral altercation and strengthened the US-China alignment against India. I'll not go more into the past and I'll jump to the present because of time paucity. So by present, I mean the end of the Cold War period. So we know how obviously that India and US relations underwent a dramatic transformation in this post-Cold War period. But it is important to note that during the early 90s, despite greater interaction at political, economic, military levels, the cooperation was also counterbalanced by tensions because of the question of non-proliferation. India's stand was quite clear that it would not sign the non-proliferation treaty, and due to which the United States joins hand with China in leading international opinion against India and to call for a rollback of its nuclear program. It is in the second term of George W. Bush that Washington began to factor India into its calculus about China. Bush based his transformation of US-India relations as a strategic principle because democratic India was a key factor in balancing the Chinese power. In fact, if it was not for the China factor, the Bush administration would not have negotiated the civil nuclear agreement and the Congress would not have approved it. We've all come across this term which is called China's rise, but it was actually the Obama administration which had to deal with the strategic consequences of this because it became more and more evident. Obama adopted a mix of confrontation and cooperation to deal with China. As a result, there were concerns in New Delhi that there would be reverses in Indo-US relationship because US and China declared that they would work together to stabilize South Asia, where India is a major power. This in turn triggered Indian concern that it would be relegated as a secondary partner. And in response, United States launched a strategic dialogue with India, where Obama reaffirmed his administration's commitment to a strategic partnership with India. Now, Obama's actions and promises showed that US was in fact committed to accept India as a full partner in non-proliferation, but China remained reluctant to recognize the reality of India's nuclear weapons status. Meanwhile, Obama launched his pivot to Asia, which despite its rhetorics essentially was to contain the rise of China in Asia and maintain US supremacy in the region. Now, India, obviously, because of its economic growth, because of its strategic position in the Indian Ocean and the Malacca Straits, was seen as a key partner in this strategy. India also looked favorably towards this strategy because it had its own concerns about assertive and what assertive and militarily aggressive China would mean to it. So therefore, we see that while Obama was reaching out to India, he was also careful not to ignore China. And he kept saying that US will continue efforts to build a cooperative relationship with China. Meanwhile, Sino-Indian relations during this time was locked in what Barry Buzan calls the security complex. We know that relations with China, India and its relations with China have been very complex. Now, you cannot call them cooperative, nor can you call them confrontation, although recent developments may suggest otherwise. But overall, during this period, we see that China was a major security concern for India, but the Chinese were not as worried about India. India, and instead they focused on their superpower rivalry between the United States with the United States. Moving on to the more recent times, where we see the pandemic has revealed the aggressive intentions of Beijing, and there is a strategic competition evolving between the United States on one hand, and on the other hand, the Galwan crisis has also led to a new low in Indo-China relations. Right now, what we are seeing is that there is a very aggressive Beijing on one hand, and there is a Trump administration which is basing its entire narrative on confronting China. This is most specifically visible in the Indo-Pacific. In fact, in the Indo-Pacific Strategy Report of 2019, US has come out and called China a revisionist power. So it is prioritizing competition with China. And during this and under this strategy, we see that India is evolving as a crucial player because US sees India as a credible counterbalancing force to China in the region. For India, however, the US-China competition plays out slightly differently. If we look at the nuances of India's Indo-Pacific vision and Washington's Indo-Pacific vision, although there are convergences, there are also quite many differences. Let me bring out one more example which will show why US is so important in India-China relations. Let us look at the Doklam standoff, which took place in 2017. Now, it is during this time that it became more clear that China was very uncomfortable with India-US ties growing. The role, assistance, alignment, and power status. Yes, sir.
Rushali, you have maybe 1 more minute, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll quickly conclude it. Yes, sir.
Okay.
So quickly coming to the Doklam crisis, essentially what I want to say is that what my paper shows is that the US factor was a very important consideration in changing China's policy towards India.
Yeah.
China could now understand that a growing alliance between India and America was threatening because it will have to face the prospects of a conflict on both sides, one with India and one with US, which is not conducive. Therefore, in terms of future trajectories, we know that a post-corona world is emerging. And in this post-corona world, we see that US and India ties are definitely increasing because US has come out openly in support of India and China is showing its aggressive intentions. Therefore, how this will play out is quite interesting to see. In the Indo-Pacific, we see an openly aggressive Quad. We see this, but even then, it's not that India has given up its traditional posture of balancing in Indo-Pacific. So overall, we see a new triangular dynamic is definitely playing out, and how long this will sustain is obviously something which we have to see with time. There are problems where you cannot obviously disentangle completely US and Chinese economies, and India also has a growing economic independence with China, but it is definitely clear that Delhi and Washington, even though they don't become allies in the traditional sense, the pressure which they apply to China will definitely shape the regional balance of power in Asia. Thank you so much.
Oh, yes, Rushali, you have done a wonderful presentation, especially how China is going to how United States of America is going to factor in Indo-China relations as well as the ongoing dispute, etc. And you also explained the historical relations between India and United States of America in the strategic triangle relation by bringing during the Cold War analysis, etc., and also in the post-Cold War and then of late United States of America's role in Indo-Pacific and the China-United States of America relations and the China-India relation and the China-United States, India-USA relations. But I wish also you to look at some factors, especially there is a lot of discourses that are going on whether United States of America is a reliable partner or not. You have absolutely correct that United States of America in the recent past come out very vividly in supporting India. For example, if you look at last 2 weeks, both in the Senate and Congress, they have brought bills in favor of supporting India. So that is correct. But in the proliferation contest, I don't know how far it is. It could be justified because the Indo-US nuclear deal is standstill and it is almost dead end and it has not further proceeded. And also the major factor I think you should look at is the technological transfer that is supposed to be taken place between India and the United States of America in terms of strengthening this strategic partnershp. So I think you have done a very wonderful presentation. Thank you so much. If there is any questions, we will take. Okay. So let me ask now. Let me request now Somalaya Ghosh. Somalaya Ghosh.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. Somalaya Ghosh is going to speak on India's searching for smart diplomacy in the Sino-Indian relations. So let me request him to make his presentation and limit within 10 minutes.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Malda College, to give me the chance to present my paper. My paper is Sino-Indian Relations Through the Lens of Galwan Valley, India's Search for Smart Diplomacy. India-China relations between, better known as Sino-Indian relations, refer to the bilateral relationship between the People's Republic of China and the Republic of India. Though historically India and China had enjoyed bilateral relationship for more than 2000 years, but modern relationship has been taken place since 1950 when India brought a formal end to its ties with the with Republic of China and recognized PRC as the legitimate government of the mainland China. Now, particularly the since the 1962 Indo-China War, both the countries took pride in the fact that there had been no major conflict except 1967 on the line of actual control, and peace and tranquility has been maintained by them despite occasional flare-ups. But violent clash in Galwan Valley has changed dynamics in Indo-China relations for the worse. As Ashley Tellis observed, Sino-Indian relations can never go back to the old normal. This paper is an attempt to examine present scenario of Sino-Indian relations in the context of Galwan Valley incident, with an emphasis on India's search for smart power diplomacy to make its position strong vis-a-vis PRC. Now, historically, the Indo-China relationship has been that of cooperation and conflict. There have been issues most pertinent being the territorial issue at multiple borders, but largely the countries have cooperated after.
Hello.
Uh,
Could you
Rush,
please
Rushila Saha, please off your sound. Rushila Saha, please. Okay, sir. Continue.
Please continue. Somalaya Ghosh.
Hello, Somalaya sir, unmute your microphone, sir.
Okay, sir. In India, China started on a good note. India became one of the first countries to recognize the newly formed People's Republic of China and establish its diplomatic relations there in 1950. Now, the question is, understandably, there were not many developments in the post-war period. In fact, there was another Chinese infiltration, this time in the Sikkim areas in 1967. Apart from this, India-China relations continued on a positive trajectory. After that, several agreements such as the 1993 Agreement on Peace and Tranquility on Borders, 2003 Strategic Partnership, 2010 Border Defense Cooperation Agreement were signed to bring peace and stability in the region. Now, my theoretical ground has been made on the smart power the diplomacy, particularly the smart power means, as has been given by Joseph Nye. Smart power means knowing the strengthening and limitation of each instrument. What can armies be expected to achieve? Particularly, furthermore, one needs the capacity to recognize when to use one kind of power rather than another to achieve the national purpose. Depending on the context, this is realized to the wisdom to know how to combine the elements of both the hard power with the power of soft power to persuade and to inspire the emulation. It helps to be familiar with the past instances of effective combination of hard and soft power as guide for the present and future. Now, the Galwan Valley, geopolitical and geostrategic importance. The Galwan Valley in the eastern Ladakh that saw a violent face-off between India and Chinese troops on the night of June 15, resulting in casualties on either side, has strategic significance because of its proximity to the vital road link to Daulat Beg Oldi the world's highest landing ground that lies close to the lane of actual control and serve as important aerial supply line. The Galwan Valley connects with the Shiok on the road under construction and lies between Daulatbag Oldie and the Chushul to the south near Pangong Lake. Another hotspot providing convenient access to the Shiok and areas beyond. Control of the wriggling along the valley also allows domination of the road. Looking eastward, control of the Galwan Valley gives access to Aksai Chin Plateau, through which the part of the Xinjiang Tibet highway passes. Now, Galwan Valley, Indo-Chinese relations in the backdrop of Galwan Valley. Galwan did not happen overnight. The plea is not a RAG army that overrules the ordering of Beijing. It was a bewildering and a deliberate situation for the months that culminated in what happened on Monday night. Now, differing perceptions theory was advanced by the Indian side for several decades, resulting in the loss of undetermined amount of land to the China. The main reason why India did not stop Chinese salami slicing tactics to grab Indian territory was a fear cycle going back to the 1962. The differing perception theory could not be continued indefinitely. Its shelf life had expired quite some back. And therefore, when Chinese troops intruded into Indian territory in the Galwan Valley to block work on a link road branching off from the Darbuk Shiok Daulatbek Oldie road, India has to respond. Now, China is a different kettle of fish. It needs to be professionally understood and managed. And the most impactful way to do so would be to delegitimize it in the eyes of the world. China seeks moral legitimacy more than anything else. Something India could deny. A tit for tat like Balakot will not work. De-escalation must happen, and China has to be named and shamed diplomatically, politically, and morally. This is in any case hanging precariously in the eyes of the free world for its coronavirus narrative. The need for Indian military will need to be addressed without the media glare of commissioning weapons with coconuts and swastiks. Our military has done exceptionally well. Not because of that, what the government has done for it, but despite it, the year 2020 is not just 1962, and the soldiers know it and can hold their own. The national leadership too needs to demonstrate similar skill, humility, and professional commitment. Now, it is the high time that diplomats are allowed to function with the requisite rigor, sobriety, and professionalism, as Galwan was born out of an unsettled diplomatic issue, political issue, intelligence issue, geopolitical issue, and has many other layers beyond just security. This is something that warrants immediate introspection, reflection, and correction by India's diplomat and national leadership. Now, coming to the conclusion, where I will justify my adoption of the smart power theory followed by the Joseph Nye, at a time when anti-China sentiments are at their all-time high in the country. A swift change in India's China policy would go a long way in serving Indian sovereign interest. India needs to come to terms with the new geopolitical realities of the world. An aggressive China policy would also send a strong message to China. If terror and talks cannot go hand in hand with Pakistan, why should Chinese aggression and Indian concession to China go hand in hand? India is becoming an increasingly important power for the rest of the world. It is well placed to counter China's growing influence in the region and the world at large. The Western world is looking favorably towards India, while India has been restricting itself out of the fear of China's disapproval. It is high time that India increases its engagement with allies, be it military or otherwise. Quad, that is called Quadrilateral Military Group, an anti-China bloc consisting of the like-minded democracies US, Japan, India, and Australia, can be leveraged by India for this purpose. India should increase joint military exercise with various allies, especially in areas of Chinese dominance, such as disputed South China Sea. Going a step further, defense partnership with allies should be depend with provisions for military technology transfer. India has already taken the right step in this direction by entering into defense agreement with the Quad countries. India should also leverage its space exploration prowess for joint military reconnaissance and missile development with the allies. The main lesson from the above developments is that the time has come when India need to think for a paradigm shift in its India's Chinese policy. The differing perception theory has finally been discarded. A clear signal has been need to be sent to the China that creeping annexation of Indian territory will no longer be tolerated, and the days of Indian troops patrolling and the border without weapons are over for good. India will now deal with the China differently. The ghost of 1962 have been over. Now, I can say that in this context, particularly apart from its soft power diplomacy, particularly its cultural ties, its persuasion, India must have to go for its military preparedness and actually need to adopt for its hard power concept, because nowadays the geopolitical and geostrategical importance of the Galwan Valley has forced India to think over its Chinese policy, and it is the proper time to look into its to the development of its hard power, so that India could strategically use its soft power and hard power in the form of a smart power diplomacy to achieve its to protect its sovereignty and with the objective to secure its national interest. Thank you, sir.
Oh, yes, Somalia Ghosh, thank you so much for making a very wonderful presentation on developing in India's foreign policy in the theoretical framework of Joseph Nye smart diplomacy concept. And you have wonderfully explained the relevance why India need to look for smart diplomacy in its foreign policy approaches, especially dealing with China, and a blend of both hard power and soft power need to be used to deal with the dragon. That is very wonderfully you have explained. But I think India is already enjoying a lot of what is called smart soft advantage in the global international politics. But certain times I don't know how far the asymmetrical hard power relation between India and China. Certain times we question whether the soft power theory work, because in the contemporary context, if you look at the whole world is against China, Europe, America, all are against China, and it is a very strategic option for India to exercise its hard power. But we don't have that sufficient hard power in terms of to deal with or face China. But this is a factor that India is not of 1962. We have a nuclear power. We have become nuclear, and we have sufficient infrastructures in Navy, Air Force, and Army, etc. But at the same time, do we have the confidence? Do we have sufficient hard power to face the dragon? Is serious question. So these two things, I think, we need to examine. So I think let us wait for if there are any questions from audience. We will answer it in later session. So thank you so much, Somalia Ghosh, for wonderful presentation. Now let us invite, thank you. Now let us invite Mehdi Hassan. Mehdi Hassan is going to tell us whether we have learnt any lessons from Galwan Valley clash. The clash is yet to over, but I think let us listen to the presenter what is going to be presented. You are welcome.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes. Yeah, I can hear you.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank organizer for giving me opportunity for present my paper. My topic is India needs to draw the right lesson from Galwan Valley clash. In my topic, find out what is reality and what is needs for Indian strategy. We know about the clash between Indian and Chinese troops at the Galwan Valley in Ladakh, along the line of actual control on the night of 5th June, patrolling point 14, to a new era in the strained ties between the two neighbors. As per official report,
20 Indian soldiers have been killed in the clash, while intelligence reports have suggested that the Chinese side has suffered at least 40 casualties. The clash happened after 45 years, the last time in 1975. Some people say that Chinese wanted to deflect attention from its handling of the Wuhan virus pandemic. Another is Beijing has not been happy about Indian infrastructure development on side of border. Chinese pattern of provocation evoked tolerate for over 5 decades. India needs to break its cycle. The time has now come for New Delhi to throw out the earlier strategy and bring in a fresh out of the box model. It is tried to understand that Rafale is not only enough for fighting against China. New Delhi will have to go for a mix of economic, diplomatic, and military options. However, the most important thing for India would be to understand the Chinese psychology in order to prevent future institution. Chinese strategy connected with Chinese strong economy. Now, India position worst economy in 42 years needs to honest look. Pulling it back from the hell will require more honesty than imagination. It should go for an immediate boycott of total Chinese goods. It is not easy, but not economic front. Tokyo needs to reduce its independence on the Chinese market and to forward hawk markets like India. As of now, India government has taken two steps. It is directed the state-owned telecom companies BSNL and MTNL to avoid using Chinese equipment to upgrade their 4G network. Second, India make it compulsory for e-commerce organization to state clearly either the product that they sell are manufactured in India or not. India needs to be clear about the realities of geopolitical in the context of China. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has learned the same lesson from India that India's first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru learned. There can be no appeasement of China in service of belief. India needs to improve its relationship with neighbor countries like Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan, Sri Lanka. During the last decade, Prime Minister Modi has failed to improve his neighborhood first policy. India sincerely wants to improve relation with its immediate neighbor. India also needs to be less predictable and to focus on its strategic and economic goals without making a noise. It is relevant to note that the media and even section of the strategic community are excessive reactive, and while there are some very high quality researchers working on China, some of whom predicted events such as Galwan Valley. More time and energy needs to invest in understanding the domestic politics of China and understanding Chinese strategic thinking. Seriously, journalism is another important for foreign policy interest. Most of the Indian news channels fail to provide information, and they can only provide hate speech in between 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. in various name of prime time show. After Galwan Valley clash, newsroom become like a battleground and forward to war which is not suitable for Indian interest. Example, one of news anchor comment on neighbor country PM individual matter which is bad for relationship. Sadanand Duha, a fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, has argued at the Wall Street Journal. India can only truly counter China and take its rightful place on the world stage when it has the economy to match its ambition. India should up its own game by slashing red tape, improving roads, ports, and railway, foreign investment, embracing multiple trade agreements that force its farm to become more compatible. Lastly, India needs to back from সব চাঙ্গাসি মুড টু উলঙ্গ রাজার কবিতার মতো রাজা তোর কাপড় কোথায় মুড। থ্যাংক ইউ স্যার।
Okay, thank you so much, Mehdi Hassan, for bringing to the attention of whether the founding Prime Minister of India as well as the current Prime Minister of India is going to have learned any lesson from China. It is yet to be come out with such kind of comparisons, but you have brought some kind of very valid observations how Indian media's immaturity is reflected in the evening shows. And also, we need to have very objective and in-depth analysis on strategic studies by scholars, and we need to give attention to that. So thank you so much. And there is one question that is asked by Jimmy Yashi to Somalaya Ghosh, that
Yes,
can
sir.
India not initiate a cold war with China similar to one started by the USA? So do you have any answer to it, or Somalia?
Yes, sir. Sir, sure. Thankful to Jigme sir for giving me the opportunity to delight my view. Sir, actually, it is saying that in the context of particularly the Galwan Valley incidents, now the Indian foreign policy maker or the Indian policy maker, they have started to think over the particularly the it has its impact on the economic sector also. And if you see like the trade, that particularly trade in something in Indian market, particularly there is a huge portion that is occupied by the China. So it cannot be changed in 1 day, or it cannot be changed in 1 month. Rather, we need to make ourselves more self-reliant, and particularly we need to make for ourselves Atmanirbhar Bharat, that is in the following the line of Gandhi also. Because if you look back into the ideas of Gandhi, particularly he's talked about that it is need to make ourselves decentralized, and apart from this we need to try to fill our demands from within, and that is the solution. I think nowadays that India should try to go for the following the ideas as given by Gandhi, particularly on its particularly in its the self-realization, because we cannot we cannot deny the access to the Chinese product nowadays, because if you see the price, particularly there's a huge deprived section, poor section, to whom if you compare the price, particularly the Chinese product, it's in comparing, it's very less costly than the Indian product. So naturally, we cannot force the people in a 1 month or in a 1 day, but in a overnight to throw the product. But laterally, gradually, India need to take the initiative to replace the Chinese product, and particularly India need to orient its trade policy with the China, and particularly oversiding the China, India looks to go for it's the Asian, the South Asian country, and particularly the countries in the particular the Singapore, Vietnam, Thailand, Indonesia. These countries as a means.
So Somalia, your point is very clear. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Your point is very clear. That I think Jimmy you can continue the debate and discussion even after the what is called presentation also with your sir. So thank you so much all the three presenters, Rushali and Somalia Ghosh as well as Mehdi Hassan. You have done a very wonderful presentations and initiated very pertinent debates, and it needs to be followed up and continued and into enrich the trajectories and the research gaps, etc., that are existing in our. And I also want to thank the college, especially Dr. Utpal Roy. I'm sorry I missed my presentation in between. I could not complete it, and even I missed your phone call. So thank you, Utpal, and both colleges for giving me this chance, and I declare that this session is concluded. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Solvin Paul. for being here with us, and is nicely conducted our technical session 4. Now, I would like to call here our honorable teacher in charge, Mr. Ajay Kumar Datta, Head Department of Political Science, teacher in charge, Shohid Khudiram College, Kamakhaguri, Alipurduar, to chair the technical session 5.
Hello. Utpala, I think Ajoy Dotto sir is not present here.
Okay.
Mr. Ajoy Dotto, TIC Shohid Khudiram College. Are you present, sir?
Probably not.
I think his name is not in the list of the participant list. So that's why it is the last technical session of today's webinar, technical session number 5. And this session supposed to chair by Mr. Ajoy Kumar Dotto, Head Department of Political Science and teacher in charge, Shohid Khudiram College, Kamakhaguri, Alipurduar. As Mr. Dotto is not present with us, so I like to request Dr. Utpal Rai, convener of this webinar, to conduct the session as a chairperson. In this session, we have 3 paper presenters. Mr. Tanbir Shanwas, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Rishi Bankim Chandra College. His title of the paper is An Insight into the Protected Sino-India Rivalry in the 20th Century. And the second presenter is Bipasha Ghosh Dostidar. Bipasha Ghosh Dostidar is a SHAC Political Science, Netaji Nagar College. Her title of the paper is The Indo-China Collator, Nothing Without Salt and Pepper, A Brief Scarce. And the third and today's last paper presenters is Mr. Raju Kormokar. He is an independent scholar, political science, Department of Political Science, University of Gourbango. And his title of the paper is Indo-China Relations After Abrogation of the Article 370. I think all the paper presenters is present. So I like to request Dr. Utpal Rai, please take the responsibility of the chair. Over to Dr. Utpal Rai.
Nandan Roy, our our coordinator of this seminar. Now, due to absent of our assigned chairperson, Mr. Ajay Kumar Datto, I am going to actually chair this particular session. Now, I would like to call here Tanbir Shahnaz, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Rishi Bankim Chandra College, and his topic is here, An Insight into the Protected Sino-Indian Rivalry in the 20th Century. Mr. Tanbir Shahnaz.
Yes, sir, I am present.
Yes,
So can
you may start now.
Can you hear?
Yes.
I am audible, sir.
Yes, yes.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you.
You have
Thank
to
you very
finish
much.
your article within 10 minutes.
Okay, sir.
Hello.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Utpal, sir. Thank you, Chandan, sir. And thank you, all the organizers of Shohid Khudiram College and Malda College. And today, I am going to present my paper on an insight into the protected Sino-Indian rivalry in the 20th century. India has and China always had a protected and a problematic relationship. So this thoughtful study dissects that contested relation from the earlier days of India's independence, whilst the then Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru tried to resolve the issue with Mao through the border disputes and onto the complexities after the Cold War. So John W. Garver, a professor of Global Institute of Technology, Atlanta, US, indicates how India grossly undervalued the worth of its initial help to China to the factor that the Prime Minister perceived he could ignore the territorial exchange offs that might have resolved border disputes. That was the time The two ancient nations established modern states in the mid 20th century. They have been engaged in a complicated and long rivalry covering across the southeastern uh, region. The China's reactive behavior, given the considering the pangs of its suffering in the coronavirus pandemic, from which it is still struggling to get out of the COVID-19 phobia, and its warlike attitude at the high altitude of icy frontier with India in eastern Ladakh, perhaps shows the perfect dilemma of its interface with globalization. On one hand, it thought that the globalization could be used to leverage its power to increase its transformation into into a high growth rate economy, while in reality we are witnessing how in this apparently naive quest, China has itself has become doubly impatient, as the critics have told. The peaceful rise of China is once again belied. But there is no doubt, however, that it has earned great prestige with cautious yet incremental approach to reforms. But it seems its war, on the one hand, with the uh, uh, Western powers, the European countries, especially the Anglo-American group, for uh, for equitable effect is not over, while its relative failure in finding out a friendly settlement with most of the neighboring countries, not only in South Asia, but also with various Southeast Asian countries, is also clear. So China has already one kind of greed for Ladakh. They have a kind of bird's eye on the Ladakh. So considering this perspective, we wish to focus on certain aspects of the changing dynamics of India and China relationship, which seems to indicate a determinable shift in China's posture, as it was engaged for quite some time with the United States of America in a very uh, or what should I say, in a very hard trade war before the outbreak of the corona pandemic, and thereafter, how the China has turned to pick up the old issue of contentious sovereignty claim over a strip of land in eastern Ladakh, which remains so far under India's control. The present study is not the revoking of the said claim, but it seeks to map up India's relationship with China, which has not only been competitive, but many factors have contributed to the tendency to give the mutual relationship kind of far more competitive in coming days within a highly uneven trajectory marked by ups and downs, many such vicissitudes, and there are many differential strategies, and their capacity to address the same thing. So, the present military tension between the two Asian giant countries, India and China, with its obvious implications of whether it will grow or not, whether it will escalate or not, it is beside the point, because it can never be a single issue based or only oriented to border dispute. It has a larger story to tell, and naturally it's a fluid, a flexible discourse which, unless structured in a fixed ways, is always prone to foment signs of instability, sometimes due to regional calculations of political and strategic predominance, and in some other time, larger power configuration and competing political values with which there is a complex interlinkage. Such constantly evolving panorama of understanding, therefore, informs our perspective while we attempt to single out a phase of a long-term trajectory of reciprocation. So hence, the study is partial, but it tries to but create a particular period is important for a view of mutual stance, gesture, and thus it helps discern each other's compulsions and response that stirs our sensitivity, but the underlying imperatives and how these are politically shaped always need to be appreciated if any course correction is to be implemented. So recent decades do not lend the two nations too easy periodization, punctured as they were by intense mutual suspicion, bitter exchanges, and near conflict scenarios. So once again, mutual relations between India and China have taken a new turn, but it has become now worse. The relationship has become deteriorated. The immediate provocation is the long-standing territorial issue surrounding the extra, the land of Himachal Pradesh, the land of Ladakh, the land of Sikkim, the land of Arunachal Pradesh. Many such disputed borderlands are there. However, the underlying reasons are far more complex. In 2017, there was a protracted standoff between the Indian and Chinese armies on Bhutan's Doklam, and it is part of alarming speculation about the probable war between the
Tanvi, you
two.
have only 2 minutes to finish the paper.
Okay, sir.
To
I'm
conclude.
summing up. Yes, sir. So it is in this. It is therefore crystal clear that it is not restricted to India in particular, but the risk is global in nature. And if the government go through the Chinese national intelligence law carefully, they would not allow any Chinese products or Chinese firm to participate in Indian market. So far, India and China have done well to manage the contradictions in the relations, but it is futile to think that China may change miraculously. The border tensions have steadily risen over the past few decades, and the current Galwan Valley dispute, the event shows how desperate and undeterred both the countries are to unleash such a brutal and treacherous massacre of Indian soldiers in the Galwan Valley. We saw just few months ago in 15th of June when 20 Indian soldiers, Indian Jawans were brutally killed by the PLA, Chinese armies. And when different countries, including India, are fighting with the coronavirus war, much like a war of position, that is a protracted, a complex war in contrast to the war of maneuver. While the economic relationship has remained unbalanced with a massive trade deficit against India, which diminishes the possibility of economic rivalry, the latter country, India, to must continue to frame policies assuming the worst about China's intentions. But the stakes for both the countries of India and China are hand out. India, we think we need to show its patience, need to show its mettle by dint of strong leadership to project its model of modernizing military with soft power as a counteraction to prop up its own and regional security, because the United States of America can at best be a partial strategic asset, but for a permanent guarantee of our national security, India should prop up its own and regional security. Thank you very much. Thank you, Paul sir. Thank you, Chandan sir. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Tanvir, for being here with us. And my observation is here actually, Sino-Indian relation is a very vast research area. I would like to request you in further, you should concentrate in a particular issue, and it would be better for your further publication. Thank you once again, Tanvir, for being here with us. And now I would like to call here Bipasha Ghosh Dostidar, SACT Political Science, Netaji Nagor College. Her article is The Indo-China platter nothing without salt and pepper, a brief sketch. Please
Sir,
welcome Bipasha Ghosh Dosida.
am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. So before I start, let me thank Dr. Utpal Roy and Professor Chandan Roy and both the colleges associated with this webinar for giving me an opportunity to present my paper. My paper's title is The Indo-China Platter, Nothing Without Salt and Pepper, a Brief Sketch. Now, if I need to highlight, I would start with, as is known from since morning, we have been hearing a lot of presentations which have already highlighted the historical contexts of both the countries and their relations. So I would not, without any further delay, I would just go into the basic points. Like I have highlighted in my paper the two basic campaigns. I mean, the things which have basically brought about India and China together in certain respects. The most importantly being the two campaigns which have focused deeply upon the concept of self-reliance. The one is on behalf of China. It is the Made in China campaign, and if it comes for India, it is the Make in India campaign. Now, as for the Made in China campaign, as it was launched in 2015, it focused upon the concept of self-reliance, which was basically a way to lessen Chinese dependence upon other countries and to be a sort of their own self, which would slightly be a task to improvise their economy and to increase their kind of domestic content of components by 70%, as was thought up to 2025. Now, this was basically advocating certain areas of robotics, equipment, rail, etc., etc. This was on behalf of China, which is the Made in China campaign. Now, if I take it to Make in India campaign, as was launched by Prime Minister Narendra Modi in 2014, this basically highlighted the three Ds, which are demography, demographic dividend, democracy, and demand, which was in a way to increase self-reliance of India, and basically which would basically increase the kind of skilled labor through vocational training to people. Now, if this is the thing, if Make in India and Made in China are the two white areas, or the two peaceful areas, or I would say the salt areas, as I have already said in my paper. Now, I would highlight some of the pepper or the black areas, as pepper, the color of pepper signifies. I would highlight certain of the pepper areas, or the areas which have increased the tanginess of the subject. One is the basic area of, as my previous speakers have already highlighted, the recent Galwan Valley clash. The Galwan Valley clash has abrogated the concept of peace and friendship, where not only India has, where accusations on part of both the countries have led to severe restraint between them. Now, if this is the thing, this is standing as a matter of restraint and shock immediately after the two friendly sessions, one in 2018, which was named the Wuhan Spirit, and 2019, the Chennai Connect at Mahabalipuram, where both the heads of the state have met with each other for discussing peace and friendship. But this Galwan Valley clash totally kind of sort of put a full stop, or put a kind of a barrier in this kind of peace and friendship, which was overlapping and which was unfolding with time. Now, if I come to this, as this Galwan Valley clash has denoted the country, India and the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi have called for, as I have highlighted, the Atmanirbhar Bharat campaign. Atmanirbharta, which quote unquote signifies the notion of self-reliance, that is vocal for local. Now, he tries to signify, or the government is trying to basically make us self-reliant, or focusing upon the concept of being self-reliant without any kind of dependence upon other countries, specifically if this is the case of China. Now, one thing we need to take in to context, we nevertheless we need to change, we need to change the dependence, or we need to change the kind of dependence we have upon China. But the thing is it really possible to lessen the dependence, Indian dependence rather, upon China, especially if we take into context the kind of companies, if the name of companies like Alibaba, which has its major investments in Zomato, and which has its major investment in Big Basket, the two online delivery super giants, which have been basically helping us, especially in this pandemic.
Now, if I come to this, another thing which comes to my mind is the notion, is the concept of online learning. As we are all familiar with this now, online learning is a basic concept which has been known to us all, and we are more or less trying to cope up with this issue until and unless the situation becomes a bit normal. So if this online learning comes into our mind, the kind of concept which comes, the name which comes to my mind is Byju's. We all must have heard the name of Byju's. So what is this Byju's? This Byju's is nothing but the another help from Chinese authorities, which is in a way helping our country as a whole. So the things which I have been highlighting is that this Chennai Connect and this Spirit of Wuhan, everything has been helpful. But we obviously should not forget the kind of clashes which have taken place at Galwan and other things. This has also made the Indian government to stop the coming of hydroxychloroquine, the main antidote to coronavirus. This is because of basic two reasons. One, Wuhan being the epicenter of coronavirus, as is being considered by India as well as the entire world. Another thing which is important to us is that this in hydroxychloroquine, if this stops coming to India, or if this stops coming to our country in any case, will it be of much help? I mean, will this be really helpful in that context? So keeping in mind all these economic giants and keeping in mind all these important other notions, what I mean to say is it is important we cannot forget what China has done, especially in the Doklam areas previously in 2017, in the present 2020 Galwan Valley clash. But one thing which needs to remember is, this makes me go back to former Indian Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee, as he said that we can change friends, but we cannot change neighbors. Obviously, I mean, we need to change our strategies, we need to change our tactics, but we cannot change our neighbors. I mean, I mean to say that however much the Chinese is of help, or the Chinese authorities are of help, or the Chinese products, I mean, the smartphones. So the thing I forgot to mention earlier was the notion of smartphones. Vivo, Oppo, what are these? These are nothing but Chinese giants which are slowly and steadily hovering over the Indian businesses. So the names, the profits associated with these can never be forgotten. However much we try to restrain China, however much we try to back off with China, slowly and steadily, I genuinely feel it is not really possible in this context. And I mean, keeping in mind the present situation, it is not really possible. What is possible is we need to develop relations with with countries who are more economically powerful. We need to increase our relationships with more countries so that it can be a kind of a kind of a bait for China, so that it can understand what it had done to us earlier. But nevertheless, we cannot change neighbors, and changing neighbors is not the task. What we can change is tactics. What we can change is the kind of the kind of strategies that we use, so that we can counter China. Because one thing needs to remember is we are all familiar with the word new normal. So India and China too are in a situation of a new normal. I mean, both the countries are trying to maintain a good rapport, but nevertheless, something or the other, in order to maintain their superiorities, both the countries are slowly and steadily engaging into some kind of conflict or the other, which is harmful for both the countries equally. So basically, before I conclude, I would like to say maintaining more or less distant relationships with neighbors is good, but more enmity and more restraint will not be helpful, neither for India nor for China. In fact, what India needs to know is, what India needs to do is, however our Atmanirbhar, or however it shouts for the vocal for local, it shall try to engage itself, it shall try to develop more and more powerful giants within itself, within its own country, so that it can be a befitting answer to the Chinese authorities as well in the near future. Thank you so much. I thank all of the people present in this web conference for this patient hearing. Thank you again.
Thank you, Bipasha Ghosh Dostidar, for a wonderful presentation. Basically, she has question on the probability of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Yes, and at the same time, she also raised the question, what should we do? And also she raised another questions, the necessity of new strategy against China. And this is a very important thing when we are thinking about Atmanirbhar Bharat. But without the development of R&D, research and development, or development in the field of science and technology, we can do we can achieve this goal of Atmanirbhar Bharat? So this is a very serious question. We can declare that yes, we should Atmanirbhar, but without the basic infrastructure development, without the basic infrastructure, basically science and technology infrastructure, we can't achieve actually Atmanirbhar, or this is impossible in this global situation. Thank you, madam, for your wonderful presentation.
Thank
I
you, sir.
think here
Thank you so much.
we have no question for you, and I am requesting here next presenter Raju Kormukar, independent scholar, political science, University of Golbango. His paper title is Indo-China Relation after abrogations of the Articles 370. Mr. Raju
Sir,
Kormukar.
sir, I am audible.
Yes, yes.
Sir, thank you. Sir, my paper title India-China Relations after abrogation of Article 370. This paper is an attempt to explore the India-China relation after abrogation of the Article 370. A state's foreign policy is called external relation, and it's inseparable from the state's history, geographical positions, and culture. During Nehruvian period, Indian foreign policy dealt with idealism, and this period is called golden period of Indian foreign policy. After Nehru, Indira Gandhi, first Prime Minister, dealt with Indian foreign policy, which was based on realism. And after Indira, A.B. Bajpayee dealt with idealism as well as realism. Today, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi deals with Indian foreign policy based on hard power as well as the smart power strategies. For the example of hard power, Pulwama attack 14 February 2019, India against direct attack to Pakistan territory. I have selected a contemporary issue of problems rise for Article 370, and I shall also discuss the impact of Article 370 in the Ladakh and Galwan Valley. Under the Modi government, Jammu and Kashmir lockdown since 5th August 2019. The central abolished its special status granted under the Article 370 of the Constitution and split into two union territories. The removal of Kashmir special constitutional status was a key part of the domestic political agenda of the Modi government and Bharatiya Janata Party. India amended Article of 370 its constitution and redivided India controlled Kashmir into two central territories of Jammu Kashmir and Ladakh, which violated Chinese territorial and sovereign disputes with China and Pakistan at the same time. China was trying to interfere in the Kashmir issue, which is a bilateral issue between India and Pakistan. Uh, when India, when Indian government abolished 370, China criticized as a it is a illegal and invalid circumstances. These circumstances. Thus, India has tried to take the position as a third party. China expressed dissatisfaction with this situation and proposed to discuss the issue in the United Nations Security Council. Another issue, Ladakh, the recent border clash between Chinese and Indian soldiers that lead to casualties on both sides has raised to concerns about hostility between the two neighbor nations. Beginning in early May 2020, China consolidated a military presence in at least 4 areas at the line of actual control in the Ladakh area. Beijing claimed that those areas have always been part of China, and that it regularly patrolled them. On the other hand, Delhi claims that the area are no on India's side of the line of actual control, and that even if there were occasionally Chinese patrols in the vicinity, because the line of actual control is not very finely defined. The People's Liberation Army now looks to asserted permanent controls. China wants India to stop all the road building and other activity in the area. Another issue, Galwan Valley, on the night of June, is Chinese and Indian troops in the Galwan Valley area of Ladakh fight in the most serious clash between the two armies since 1967. No shots were fired out in the peaced hand-to-hand combat. Up to 43 Chinese People Liberation Army troops and 20 Indian Army soldiers may be died. I think in future Galwan Valley become a dispute area between India and China. Due to time restrictions, I am not going to details, but my objectives of this paper was to raise some important issues and problems which we discussed this. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Raju Karmakar, independent scholar, political science, University of Gurbango. And thank you here all the participants, first Tanvir Sahnawaz, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Rishi Bankim Chandra College, Vipasha Ghosh Dastidas, Sect, Political Science, Netaji Nagar College, and Raju Karmakar, Independent Scholar, University of Gurbango, for being here with us. Thank you for all the for your wonderful presentation. I think we have no question in this particular session. So I would like to conclude here. The session is over. For this session is actually closed for the discussion. And I would also like to you as a convener, tomorrow our session will start from 1 p.m. and all the participants and respected resource persons and dignitaries, you are requested to join tomorrow at 1 p.m. for the beginning of our next technical session, session 6. Thank you. Thank you once again from the part of organizer. Over to Mr. Chandan Roy.
Thank you, Dr. Utpal Rai. One announcement is here. Tomorrow, as already convener sir has mentioned, tomorrow our session will start at 1 p.m. and there is 6 session. Tomorrow we have 6 session and 13 paper presenters. So we will start dot 1 p.m. and we try to conclude our webinar within the due time, that is 4:30 p.m. And the feedback from someone asked in the someone wanted to know when the feedback link will be provided. Don't worry about the feedback link and your certificate. It is only for customary. We will provide certificate, no problem, and feedback will be provided at the due time, no problem. Don't worry about the feedback. Please attend the webinar and listen the resource persons and paper presenters, what they are saying, what their views they are sharing with us, and if possible, please participate with the paper presenters in the debate or discussion. So I once again welcome all the participants. Please join tomorrow at 1 p.m. and our resource person certificate we will provide their in their respective mail ID. And Paper presenters need not to submit any feedback form. All the paper presenters, those who have presented paper and those who will present tomorrow, their certificate automatically will send to their respected email ID, and only participants need to give their feedback. Once again, I repeat, paper presenter need not fill up a feedback form. Only the participants need to fill up feedback form, and feedback form link will be provided in due time tomorrow. Okay, over to Utpal Rai. Please announce the officially today's
After
session
this
is
discussion,
over.
our college principal, they were
Thank you so much, Mr. Chandan Roy, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Malda College, and our coordinator. I am announcing that today's session is over, and tomorrow, hopefully, we will join and in right time. I am also requesting all of you to join our next technical session 6 at 1 p.m. We will start our seminar definitely at 1 p.m. Once again, thank you, and we are going to close our session.
One thing, if you want to collect your video lecture, I have already shared YouTube link. If you click on the YouTube today's YouTube link, today's total session is available there. So if you want to collect your video lecture, you can preserve, you can set the YouTube link which is available in the fair. Thank you.